So we can get underway. So welcome to the third hearing of the committee's 2026 review of Work Health and Safety Scheme. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultural and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today, either perhaps attending or joining us remotely. My name is Greg Donnelly and I am the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent, if not done so already. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So accordingly, I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I welcome you, Mr. Thompson, as our first witness today. Now, the specific formality for yourself is to ask you to formally identify your name, your organisation, if you're representing an organisation, or if you're representing yourself, then swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer. And you should have had provided to you by now the words of either or the one that you chose. So we'll pass through that part. So if you could do that, that would be great. That can get things underway.
Sure. I'm Tyler Thompson and an individual. So I'm taking the affirmation.
Certainly.
I solely Sorry?
Yes, certainly. Please proceed.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, and once again, welcome. Now, the committee's received your submission. It's been processed by our Secretariat, and it stands as submission number 42 to the inquiry. Now you can consider, and have been uploaded to the inquiry's webpage, you can consider that the committee members have read your submission, so there's no need for you to be reading in detail in your submission, although you may wish to refer to parts of it as part of your opening statement, and I'd be certain that committee members will have some questions from both your opening statement and content in your submission. So can I invite you, if you wish, to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. During the debate about the workers' compensation reforms, I saw a significant number of injured workers talking about ending their lives if the changes went through. I was one of them. I became curious and wanted to find out what the statistics of work-related suicides were, particularly those on workers' compensation. I started looking for them. I couldn't find them through Safe Work New South Wales, so I went onto the Safe Work Australia website, assuming they would have the answer. Instead, I discovered that work-related suicides are explicitly excluded from Australia's National Workplace Fatality Dataset. I was shocked. There's so much more awareness of the impact that psychological injury and psychosocial hazards have on workers, yet suicide is explicitly excluded. We recognise that workplace systems and practices can contribute to serious psychological harm, yet we're not collecting the data. Statistics help shape our understanding and awareness. Trends in data can indicate whether something is or isn't working. If we see a spike in statistics, it allows us to further examine what's happening and identify potential causes. How can we know the impact or notice any changes if we're not collecting the data? I reached out to the Safe Work Australia data team to see whether they have the statistics and simply aren't publishing them. They said they don't collect them. I couldn't believe it. Safe Work Australia directed me to a Suicide Prevention Australia discussion paper, which conservatively estimated that between 10 to 15% of suicides among the working population may be work-related. That's a significant number, yet we're still relying on conservative estimates. We know construction workers are dying by suicide at elevated rates. What we don't know is how many of those deaths involve workplace factors, what those factors were, whether they're changing over time, and whether interventions are working. Apprentices are at a higher risk again due to age, experience, and general life skills, and HSRs are expected to help identify and address workplace hazards. Yet without capturing the data, we're limited in our ability to understand what's happening and recognise what isn't working. We can't learn from what we don't measure. But we know that when we do measure the problem and implement targeted programs, the results are life-saving. A systemic review of workplace suicide prevention programs for emergency and protective services workers found programs were associated with approximately halving the suicide rate over an average follow-up period of just over 5 years. We can drastically reduce these numbers, but it has to start with the data. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. And it sits well with your submission, which is quite detailed and contains much information and a number of helpful references. So perhaps we'll get questioning underway. Can I just explain, we have members on this committee from the government, the coalition and the crossbench. Now there are a couple of members who one's been delayed in arriving and one is unwell and one's had to step out. So you don't have at the table all members, but that's not because of disrespect, it's just a bit of a timing issue. And there is ample members around the table who've got questions I'm sure they wish to direct to you. So are you okay if we start with some questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, would someone like to kick off?
Sure, I'm happy to kick off, Chair.
The Honourable Anthony.
If Wes wants to go first.
The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you. Just in terms of your opening statement, you indicated that potentially between 10 and 15%, I think it was, of suicides may be work-related, but you said we're working off results that are more conservative. What is the, I guess, conservative figure, and how do we explain that differential?
Basically, I've just got the information off the Suicide Prevention Australia discussion paper. So I'm not quite sure how they're collecting it. By memory, they did say something about some of the data from Melbourne University, I think it was. Other than that, I don't think it's gone into a lot of detail by memory.
Okay. In terms of measuring and recording statistics, sometimes it is the case that those people who are suicidal and may commit suicide are feeling a number of pressures, work obviously being a major pressure in anybody's life. Do you think that there's a level of impact from work, and that should be measured in circumstances where it can be correlated? Or do you think that it's something that should be work-related only in order to develop the figures?
I think it can potentially be both if it's categorised. If you've got the two categories to collect it in, you're able to do both at the same time. But I think it is important, even if it's a contributing factor, because, yeah, it's still relevant.
And in terms of the way that we would look at the data, what is your understanding about how we should use the data and how we should deploy it in order to make cultural changes within the workplace?
I guess you could say it's the same as any sort of injury or fatality that happens outside the psychosocial. So if you start getting the statistics, then say, for example, we're sitting at approximately 10 to 15% at the moment. If all of a sudden those figures jump to 40%, then we can go, okay, well, something's obviously happened, and can look into it more to see if we can actually find something that's contributing or a reason for it.
Okay. Do you think it's important that we do it across scope of work, i.e. full-time, part-time, casual, and do you think industries and roles are important to record against the data set?
Yes, I do. It just gives us a more comprehensive view of it. I think the more data that we can collect, and then categorise can identify problems within certain industries, or where there's a lot of casual people, then can look into it. I think the more data that we can collect and categorise, it's going to work in our favour.
Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Anthony Adam.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Thompson, for your submission. I wanted to invite you to perhaps explain what the current state of play is in terms of commitments around data collection for work-based suicide. So where are we at in terms of the requirement of employers to notify or collect statistics around this?
There is no obligation at the moment, so it can voluntarily be done, but it's not a requirement at the moment. There is the model WHS laws that came in through Safe Work Australia December last year, but until they're implemented in every jurisdiction, the data's not going to be collected.
How many jurisdictions have implemented it?
None.
So can you just clarify? So Safe Work Australia have adopted a change to the Model Work Health and Safety Act that requires employers to collect this type of statistic? That's correct, is it?
Apparently they're not allowed to. It can't be enforceable. It's a model that's gone through. It's been apparently agreed on by the ministers in every jurisdiction, but it's not a requirement until the law changes. Safe Work Australia do make that explicit in their material.
And so what's your understanding of where New South Wales is up to in terms of implementing the change?
I've tried to get this information. I'm not getting responses to address it, so I can't say.
So is there any indication that New South Wales is going to adopt the model provisions?
I don't know. I've tried contacting Minister Kotsis and also Safe Work New South Wales. Minister Kotsis has replied twice, but the answers that have been provided haven't answered my questions. And Safe
We have
Work
the
New
same
South
problem,
Wales
don't
haven't
worry.
responded at all.
Does that mean, Mr. Thompson, that, just to be clear, each state requires the passing of its own legislation to enact that, to give that life? Is that right?
That's what Safe Work Australia have said, yes.
Okay.
And so, in terms of the recommendation from Safe Work Australia, the proposed changes, what kind of obligations would that put on employers? What's your understanding of how that will work?
There'd be the requirement, just the same as if there's a fatality in any other sort of area, whether it's crush, falling off roofs, it becomes enforceable. Until that happens, then it's only voluntary.
Right. And is there is it just fatalities, or is it attempted suicides, or what's the how deep or how broad is the requirement in terms of, I suppose, what we would, in physical injuries, you'd talk about near misses, or is there requirements along those lines being proposed by Safe Work Australia?
There's suicide and attempted suicide. Outside of that, it doesn't suggest self-harm. I'm not sure why it doesn't, because that can be an indicator of potential suicide down the track.
It's sensitive information that maybe employers may not have the full details. Are there, suggestions from Safe Work Australia about how that sort of sensitive information would be handled?
I don't remember. Just having a look at the fact sheet now. It does say in there that you don't have to go into a lot of detail. Like, employers don't need to know everything. It just needs to be what's relevant. So it's about passing on information, whether it's actually relevant to collecting the data or where it steps over the line and becomes intrusive.
Yeah. Would you say this is an urgent change?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I don't know why it hasn't happened prior. Because the data helps influence policies. And without that, Yeah, policies obviously improved. There was a systematic review that found that when programs were implemented, suicides halved, the suicide rates. So I think by not collecting it, we're allowing things to continue essentially.
Right. So we'd be able to
Yeah,
identify
the data's the start of everything.
hotspots, like as you suggested, in construction. We could see that there's a higher than normal rate of suicides. That may be the case in other industries, but we're just not collecting the data, and so we're not able to look at whether there's appropriate interventions in place that might be able to avert some of those suicides occurring. That's basically your argument, is it?
Essentially, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Sorry.
Can I just ask, Mr. Thompson, and I've actually not myself, although I've heard of it, not read that federal report that you referred to earlier, or that report by Suicide Australia Prevention. But on the matter of, and if you don't know the answer to this, I just say so. But with respect to a suicide, that would be a matter that the coroner would report on and make a determination. The reason I asked that
Not necessarily. So,
that's not the case, is it? So that's
No.
It's not just usual procedure for there to be a requirement for the coroner to make a determination of the cause of death being suicide. That's your understanding?
No, it doesn't need to come from the coroner. It doesn't need to come from the coroner, yeah. So if there's a suicide note that mentions it, then obviously that's an indicator. If you've got family members that are saying, this is what was causing it, then we collect that data as well. Or we would be collecting that data, I should say.
Right. And in terms of the collection of that data, is it your evidence that something done at the New South Wales state level, I presume, by New South Wales WorkSafe? Is that your evidence?
I haven't received any answers. They haven't responded.
No, but in terms of a proposition, because you obviously looked at this, would you say they are the natural point as an organisation and a state oversighting workplace health and safety to be the one to be collecting this evidence?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Right. So Wes, did you have...
Yeah, I did. I just want to tease something out a little bit and perhaps play devil's advocate. In terms of a workplace being responsible for the reporting of any suicide to collect data, one could imagine that a workplace themselves is somewhat conflicted in terms of any requirement to report, because if it is the case that the workplace has played a role in causing somebody to have contemplated and committed suicide, well then it's not exactly beneficial for them to report it. But it's also the case that they may not know. So I think in both of those circumstances, perhaps asking a workplace to be the responsible authority for the reporting is counterintuitive and counterproductive to a collection of accurate data. Is there a better way?
It's not meeting the whole requirement is for employers to do it. So family members, friends, anyone that's aware of it can report it to, well, the idea is that they can report it to Safe Work New South Wales so it can be collected. So it's not just relying on the employer doing it.
Okay. In terms of the employer, though, I could also imagine a circumstance where they're reluctant to report it because it may impact their work health safety insurance. It may impact they may have breached legislation in terms of workplace care. There could be any number of reasons why a workplace would be actively seeking to not report a suicide being an issue of workplace or having been part of the workplace impact. Do you think that there's a requirement for us to ensure that if we bring this in New South Wales, that there is education, there is understanding of why it's important to collect the data? Is there a punitive and punishment regime that would need to be enforced if a business doesn't report? Or do you think that already business has enough regulation requirements on them from government that this is perhaps something that's potentially problematic already, and just putting another burden on small business?
I don't believe we're going to get accurate data until it is made law, for that reason.
Okay.
Can I ask you this question, Mr. Thompson? In terms of the notification of an incident of a suicide in the workplace, and let's assume, following the model that's been discussed, that there is a procedure whereby there is a notification to WorkSafe here in New South Wales that there has been a death in a workplace, which is established to be a suicide, and I just put that to the side for the moment, because I think there are questions around how that is determined objectively with absolute certainty. But putting that aside for the moment, and you might have some comment on that point I just made, the report goes through to WorkSafe that there's been a death which is believed to be by suicide in a workplace at this time on this date, and the circumstances of what that suicide was in terms of how tragically the suicide was undertaken. Other than having the data, and I'm not saying this is not valuable, but other than having the data that there was believed to be a suicide in a workplace, how does one attribute the basis of the cause or the causes of the suicide in a clear way? In other words, there could be multiple, because I'm trying to tease out what you're sort of in your mind suggesting, that there could be multiple reasons for the suicide, or there might be a narrow number of reasons for the suicide. How is that attributed or determined?
So it doesn't need to be wholly to do with work. If it's work related, then yeah, the data's collected. So I think the importance of collecting the data is...
Sorry, say that again. Are you saying it's only collected if it's work related?
If it's got some work related, then yes. It doesn't need to be solely to do with work related, but if it's influenced, if there's any influence by work, then it gets collected.
Yes. And just in terms of the determination that there is, at least in part, a contribution that's been part of the tragedy around the decision for the person to commit suicide. How is that established, or how would you suggest that be established if, for example, there's nothing left by the individual that expressly explains, presumably in a note or some communication to a loved one or family member, that the cause of the suicide was related to work?
So we could be getting the data from the police, also the coroner. So there are other ways, I guess, if it is found to be that. But I believe that's also the importance of being able to categorise the data. So you've got stuff that's come up from the coroner that's been confirmed by them, that can go into a different area. If we categorise, then yeah, it's allowing us to see, I guess, the different types, what's been related, what's partly related, what's being solely found to be work related. Yeah, I think it needs to be categorised to capture it. I think if it's just categorised broadly, it's not giving us enough data. It is definitely helpful, but it would be more helpful to have it categorised.
But certainly, would it be your primary submission that what we need to get started, though, is the collection of the data, because there's real gaps that exist with respect to an understanding about suicides that occur at work. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Even though Safe Work Australia has said that they won't be, I guess, collecting or publishing the data until all the jurisdictions are in.
Yeah.
The sooner we do it, it's even better for us as New South Wales, because we understand that we can make changes.
Yeah.
But until we don't collect the data, we just don't know.
Okay.
So you would, just to follow up on that theme, you would expect that if data starts coming back related to workplace suicides, even the reporting the frequency of incidents without necessarily any causation, you know you've got a problem, right, based on the volume of the data. That's where you're going with this, and then it allows you to tease out what you might do about it down the track.
Yeah, so for example, in France, there was the France Telecom case that went through. It became a little bit international interest, I guess you could say. It was found by the High Court in France. They came up with a term called institutional moral harassment or institutional psychological harassment. So there ended up being a total of 7 people that were charged in the company. 3 of them were given suspended sentences. Executives, it was argued that essentially it was a breach of their human rights and fundamental freedoms, because they felt that it was a bit of an extension of the law, but it showed that the suicides were basically found to have happened from management restructuring.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. That's brought us, I think, to the end of the session, unless there's any other questions that someone might have to wrap up. But listen, once again, thank you for your submission. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
As a contribution to the inquiry. Thank you for making yourself available today with your oral testimony, and it's obviously been recorded on Hansard, and will no doubt be taken into account in our consideration for the development of what's going to be final report. Good morning, and thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
If I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes, Hijazi, yep.
Jesse, good. Welcome. Well, thank you for coming along this morning. Appreciate you making the time available. We've got a formality to go through in terms of you taking, well, first of all, identifying yourself, your name, the basis upon appearing today as either as an individual or as an individual representing an organisation. The organisation may be your own a company or business, and then taking either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which should be there in front of you. So perhaps if we do that first, that formality, so starting with your name.
Yeah, so my name is Hassan Hijazi.
Yep.
And I work for a company called Risk Exec.
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Well, can I acknowledge your submission to the inquiry? It stands as submission number 2. It's been received, processed, and sits as your written evidence to the inquiry, and has been uploaded to the inquiry's webpage. So thank you for that. Today is an opportunity to provide committee members to ask you questions to either elucidate on what you've put in your submission or to ask questions on other matters that may be raised as the questioning is conducted. So what we normally do, what we will do in this case, is ask you to make an opening statement if you wish, and then following that, opening it up to questions. So are you okay with that format?
Yep, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
So please proceed with an opening statement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. So my name is Hassan Hijazi. I work for a company called Risk Exec. My background actually originally worked in health, so I worked as a physiotherapist in workers' comp injury management, and then from physio I went into safety. I've done my Masters in Work Health and Safety through New South Wales University and been working in the safety field, mainly doing work health and safety, workers' comp, injury management roles with different businesses. And now I run Risk Exec, which provides work health and safety risk management and training services, which includes the HSR course. So after putting in my submission and been invited to come here, I've just had a look at it over the weekend, and I've just summarised some of the main points that I'd like to recommend.
Please.
So my main recommendation is around linking work health and safety performance with the workers' comp system. So what SafeWork does with what iCare is doing. In saying that, so for example, we're looking at electing HSRs or having HSRs within workplaces. My recommendation with that is if we're going to go down the path of saying certain businesses should have HSRs, would be linking it to the workers' comp premium. So for example, if a business has a workers' comp premium of say $100,000 or more, it's recommended that they should have HSRs, or it could be compulsory. The minimum requirement would be to at least notify the workers that they have the right to elect a HSR. So when you go renew your premium with iCare, it pops up your premium is $100,000. It will say you need to notify your workers they can nominate for HSR if they wish. So that's one recommendation. The other recommendation is I deliver the 5-day HSR course at the moment. My recommendation with that is to make a 2-day course compulsory and then have an advanced 3-day additional training. So everyone would do the 2-day course, and then if a worker wants to do the additional advanced course, then they can request that. The other recommendation I have is more to do with the HSR's role. So the HSRs have functions, then they've got powers. There's a big jump from the functions to the powers, and sometimes the HSRs won't necessarily use those powers for whatever reason. So we need to have something in between those where a HSR can raise an issue with management, and it could be something like, we can call it like a safety continual improvement request, which they can submit to their manager, and their manager would have to give them a response with say 7 days. So that way the manager is on notice and the issue has been raised. So it's not a pin, but it's somewhere in between. And my other recommendation is to provide some sort of incentive for employers to implement safety systems. So my recommendation is if an employer implements a safety initiative, then they would get a discount on their workers' comp premium. So when they go to renew the premium, it will say, look, you are entitled to getting a 5% discount or a 10% discount, but you'd have to implement a safety initiative. My recommendation for that is that program would include the manager or the officer of that business would have to do some sort of safety training, which would run through with them the workers' comp stats for their industry, which is something that iCare can easily give them. So you work in construction, these are the stats for the last 3 years for construction. It will run through with them also a case study, which could be a SafeWork New South Wales prosecution case study for their industry where an employer was found in breach of work health and safety law. And then following on from that, the employer would do a self-assessment on their own safety system. So they'll do like a mini audit online, which runs them through. Do you have safety policies? Do you provide safety training? Do you have safety procedures? Do you consult with your workers? Do you have a HSR? And they do their own self-assessment, which will then generate a report for them. And then if they do that, then they'll get that discount. I did do a bit of research over the weekend, and within iCare, there is an incentive program which is called a Safe Employer Reward, which gives them 7.5% discount on their premium. However, that program doesn't require the employer to actually do anything proactive. It's more based on the previous history for the last 3 years.
Right.
And then submitting their wages declaration on time. So it's not really that onerous. So that's, I guess, my recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, well that's very helpful, particularly laying out your specific thoughts that might be reflected in possible recommendations. So perhaps
Sure, I'm happy to start. I might also just declare on record that I know Hassan as in a personal capacity,
Yeah.
And I was interested to hear his evidence because I don't think the inquiry has heard from a training provider. I mean, obviously there's unions that are in the space, but there's a whole lot of other providers in the space, and so getting that evidence on the record, I think, is important in terms of having the whole picture.
No, thank you.
So I was interested in
pre-selection is
just your experience around delivering training, and I think in your submission you make the observation that many workers actually don't know about the HSR system. So do you have specific recommendations around how we might raise awareness of the actual existence of the HSR system that then feeds into the obligations around training?
Yeah. My view is iCare New South Wales communicates with most employers every year when they renew their premiums. At the moment, so for example, if your premium is above $50,000, you have to have what they call a return to work coordinator. You have to appoint a return to work coordinator for workers' comp, and that return to work coordinator has to do a training course with CIRA online. So we could do something similar. It can be, say, $100,000 premium. If your premium is $100,000, you have to at least put some sort of publication to your workers that HSRs exist. And if you want to nominate or you want HSR, then you can do that. So if the employers pass on that information, when their premium is renewed, we don't want to put obviously too much pressure on small employers. But if your premium is $100,000, surely you can communicate to your workers about safety and tell them part of our communication is there's an option to set up HSRs. That's how I see it happening.
You made some observations about the training. I wonder if you could perhaps talk about the refresher course and how that operates, whether that's effective. What your views are about the operation of once workers completed the 5-day HSR training, then they're eligible for an additional day of refresher. Can you perhaps talk about how effective that is?
Yeah, so the refresher course, obviously the HSR can request it, then they will receive it. I deliver the Safe Work New South Wales package, so it's a standard package, you deliver it. You can do some customization to it, but the package, it hasn't been updated for a while. And then if you're entitled to do a refresher every year, there is no point of repeating the same refresher every year. So it could be something where you do a refresher, but it's on something else. So there's different workplace hazards that different industries would have. So have more targeted refresher training would be ideal. And then the uptake of that would be interesting to find out from SafeWork. Because everyone who does training through SafeWork, the training provider has to provide the list of who did the training to SafeWork. Something that would be interesting to know is how many people have actually done the HSR course over the years and where the trend has been. My feeling is the trend has been going down. And that's something that SafeWork can easily provide, because if you do a training course, you have to provide them with the numbers. So how many people have been trained over the years, because it is based on request, and how many people have done the refresher.
That's interesting. How do you actually get accredited to become a trainer? What's the process? Is that a difficult process? Are there many providers in the space?
Again, SafeWork would have the numbers. There is a fair few providers. So there is a decent amount of providers out there. So you have to apply to SafeWork. They've got their criteria. So you have to be, certificate for in training and assessment. You have to have the qualifications in work health and safety. It's not onerous, so it's not too difficult to apply. And my other point would also be interesting to know, the profile of the trainers out there, because my feeling is this safety sort of came in, like say 20, 30 years ago, and a lot of the trainers are probably older. So probably another question for SafeWork is what's the average age of trainers out there? And I'd be guessing, they're probably getting on a bit. So there hasn't been any sort of big push.
So if we provided a sort of either an incentive system or a mandate around HSRs, do you think there'd be the capacity in the system to be able to, like, if you implemented something like that, then you'd need a whole lot more people to be able to deliver the training, because there'd be obviously a lot more people requiring it in a short period of time. Do you think the capacity is there in the system?
I think that there probably would need more trainers if we made it compulsory, or if we push for more HSRs. But like I said, if we can make a compulsory training be 2 days instead of 5 days, and then have the extra 3 days as optional, it's like any industry, there'll be demand and more people will enter the industry. But there isn't as many entering at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll have it for others too.
Chair, can I just ask Mr. Hijazi, you sort of a lot of your submission and this morning was based around the importance of HSRs. Can you tell us why you think they're so critical to this whole work health and safety infrastructure in terms of its success?
Yeah, because so the work health and safety structure is based on achieving outcomes in terms of safety, and the work health and safety legislation requires employers to do whatever is reasonably practicable. And then what ends up happening is you end up having a debate of what's reasonable in certain circumstances. And if you're not engaging with your workers and getting effective consultation happening, there could be decisions being made by managers which are really unacceptable or putting workers at risk. While if you have that communication happening, then it's more likely you are achieving what is reasonably practicable for your business. So it's all about the decision-making process and making sure the workers are engaged in that.
And in your view, is there any evidence to suggest there's a direct correlation between the existence of HSRs in a workplace and improved safety outcomes?
I'm not aware of clear evidence. I know when I did my studies, one of the critical things for safety outcomes within businesses was management commitment. So managers' commitment to safety. HSRs can influence management commitment in their communications and drive safety. So they could influence management commitment. And that's, I guess, that also goes to my other recommendation about making sure that the manager or the employer does something proactive when they renew the workers' comp premium to get that management commitment on board. And even with my other recommendation to have some sort of recommendation given by HSRs to management is giving management something in writing and then putting them on notice that this is a safety issue that needs to be addressed. So if you have a HSR that can actually push for that.
Like an escalation process.
Yeah.
And what's your view on, you've come up with this idea of notification, which I think is an interesting one, tying it to the workers' comp premium. You should let your employees understand that they're entitled to HSR. What would you say to a system of compulsion? In other words, for employers above a certain amount of employees, you're required to have HSRs.
I think, yeah, I'm not 100% sold on that, but I think if we have some criteria, I think it's better to base it on their premium, because the premium is based on their risk plus the size of the company. So rather than looking at the size of the company, we can factor in their risk and their size in terms of their wages bill. And I think it is a good recommendation, but we're looking at where would you draw the line. My thinking would be around the $100,000 premium. So if you're paying $100,000 premium every year, then maybe have a HSR. And we could have it as an incentive, like we could say, well, look, if you do appoint a HSR, or not appoint, but elect a HSR for your business, and you're paying $100,000 premium, you're doing something proactive, we will give you a 3% discount on your premium. So that covers them for their training, covers that initiative. Because lots of employers are actually finding ways not to have HSRs. And lots of employers don't know that HSRs exist. And most workers don't know that HSRs exist.
Yeah.
So it all can work in together.
Okay, thanks.
Where's Fang?
Playing devil's advocate yet again, I note that if your recommendations are to be adopted, it's likely that your company and other companies like you would be advantaged due to increased work, increased profits, etc. So to remove any suggestion that this is, I guess, a profit-making exercise and suggestion by you. Can you perhaps identify for the committee another way that the outcomes that you've suggested could be achieved without the cost that would be associated with companies like yours doing that additional training? Is there another way that it could occur?
Yeah, it's a good question. Firstly, I am New South Wales workers advocate. Like, I love New South Wales. I love the workers of New South Wales. Any recommendation I give is for the workers. Now, my main recommendation actually doesn't say compulsory training or for me to get any extra business. My main recommendation is actually for employers to actually get a discount on their premium by implementing a safety program where they do it on their own in their business, and I actually not saying for anyone to come and do it for them. So my main recommendation is you're the employer, you do your own online self-assessment of your business, you do your own online training course which is provided to you by iCare, spelling out to you these are the injuries that are happening within your industry. The causes of the injuries are psychological hazards, working at heights, people being crushed by machines. These are your risks for your industry. We're giving you a heads up as iCare. These are your workers' comp claims. We are telling you this is the law, and now you can do your own personal self-assessment, and you get your own personal report, and you can do what you like with it. You don't have to engage anyone to help you with anything. So that's my main recommendation. My main recommendation isn't to make it more cumbersome on business or for to be more training needed. It's more to do with making, because at the end of the day, it comes down to management commitment. If the managers are not committed to safety, you can send your workers to training, you can do HSRs, you can do whatever you like, but if the managers aren't committed, all this stuff falls into a heap. So the problem we have is we need a change where your average employer, I mean, you probably hear from large businesses, from government agencies, there's all these employees in the middle that don't get all this information. So at least getting them, and this type of training is basic, is telling them your workers' comp stats are these, your main hazards or your industry are these, you need to do a self-assessment. Have you provided induction for your workers? Do you do risk assessments? What are your top hazards within your business? Do you have meetings with your workers? Do you, have a first aider? Do you have an emergency response plan for your business? And then that would generate a report for them, and they can act on it. And what I'm actually saying is that if they do that, they will get a discount on their premium. So it's changing the mentality, because a lot of the stuff is we talk about is reactive. We need to do something proactive. We need to say to the business, go out there and understand your hazards and issues and manage them. And at the end of the day, training is one of the least effective ways of managing safety. So I can tell you that. And I don't want any more training. I'm over it.
No, I appreciate that. I guess I'm just, for those people that may be reading the transcript or watching the hearing, it's the obvious question to ask that I guess what you're proposing is in effect beneficial for yourself, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You work in the industry, you understand the benefits that can flow from that additional training. I'm just trying to provide you an opportunity to address that so that the suggestion is somewhat ameliorated. But in terms of what you've just said in your evidence there, you've indicated that a self-assessment would be something that could be achieved by a company, and that even if they did that self-assessment, they would be potentially eligible for a discount on their workers' compensation premiums. You spoke about the scheme that's currently in place where a business that is providing data on time and has a good track record of safety is currently provided a similar discount, and that you're seeking to link it to sort of that scheme. Isn't it the case, though, that a business that's likely doing what you say, doing that self-assessment, doing the right thing, making sure that they're reporting and paying on time, is probably a model business, and that the scheme currently, where the performance is the measure for the discount, not the self-assessment is the measure for the discount, is perhaps a better system, given that it's based on results and outcome, not something that is, I guess, a self-assessment. And if you're dodgy, you're just going to tick yes anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. Good point.
I tend to have good points. It's sort of my thing.
I wouldn't go that far. No. So just a couple of things. Yes, if they've done well, so their data, there's a good chance, yes, they're a good employer. But sometimes with safety and workers' comp, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky. Like you could be an employer which has a good safety system, good record, and you're just unlucky. One of your workers slips, breaks their leg, and now they're off work for a month, and now you lose that sort of discount. So what I'm saying is you can still have that, but safety isn't always, I guess, clear cut. So a company's workers' comp record isn't always 100% true reflection of their performance. The other thing is there's employers out there. I mean, when you go out in the field, there is employers that discourage their workers from putting in claims. I mean, you'd hear stories about that. Employers running away from that. Employers hiding claims. So it's not always necessary that they are a very good performer. They could be just not reporting things. But overall, if they're doing everything well, then there's a good chance, yes, the safety system is not too bad. But the other point with this is also educating them. Because you can't then, as an employer, turn around and say, oh, well, I never knew that, psychosocial hazards exist, or I didn't know that working at heights was a risk for my industry. We're giving you the stats, we're giving you the information, it's there, it's valuable, and then when you're out in the field, you've got it in the back of your mind.
Can I ask you a question about the role of the regulator? The regulator in New South Wales is Safe Work New South Wales, and it functions as an agency. There's been criticism in the past that it wasn't as proactive as a number of people thought that it should be. But with the appointment of Commissioner, and we've had evidence from the Commissioner and others explaining about what seems to be an enhancement of their activity in terms of work, particularly out there in workplaces, specifically dealing with employers and looking at specific issues. Do you have any comments about Safe Work New South Wales and what you've observed and its role, and perhaps aligned with what you're talking about as some possible propositions to consider more that Safe Work could be doing as the regulator?
Yeah, I think there has been improvement in Safe Works being more proactive, like from what I hear, within industry. I think the opportunity is, which I'm sure is happening, is for Safe Work to work more with iCare, but there's probably divisions there where how much they can work together. So that's something that I think there's opportunity for improvement there. And the other thing is Safe Work is like any agency, they have limited resources. So that's why I think like Safe Work does not contact employers on a regular basis. iCare New South Wales has contacted the employers once a year. So that's your opportunity to speak to employers and businesses. Whereas Safe Work is more coming in if there's been a complaint or they might be doing some proactive work. So there is that limited resource that they've got to actually enforce the safety laws.
Just following up on this question about iCare, and of course obviously there's the insurance dimension to that, which obviously is the basis, at least in part, of the engagement with the employer. Are you able to provide any information or shed any light on what is that scope of that engagement each year? Is it just about your premium and what the premium is going to be, or is it more expansive? Do you have any insights into that from speaking to employers about what that engagement entails?
It is limited, especially for the small to medium-sized employers. When you get to the larger employers, there's a lot more hands-on engagement, and there's more likely that iCare would be providing those employees with statistics, giving them like presentations on their performance. So you get that for the larger employers,
Right.
but you're not getting it for the small and medium-sized employers. They will be getting just the standard renewal, declare your
Yeah.
wages, and you move on. So there is a big gap in the system for small and medium-sized employers. The large employers tend to have internal resources,
Yeah.
and they have stronger engagement with iCare, and they've got brokers that work for them. So they tend to be more, I guess, they're getting a lot more information.
And are you attributing that to a resource issue? But that SAFET New South Wales has limited resources, and obviously there's, you know, a multitude of small and medium businesses.
Yeah.
That's the challenge, isn't it?
That's the challenge, and that's why I guess with my recommendation is if we can make it a simple process, like they do something online when they renew their premiums, that way we've touched base with them, and then once they do their self-assessment, they would be sent out a report, and that report can have links to SafeWork New South Wales. It can have links to codes of practice. So if they've answered the question saying, you know, we don't consult with the workers or we don't have team meetings, we can provide them with the code of practice for consultation. If they said my biggest risk is, you know, falls from heights, we can send them the code of practice for falls prevention. So there is a time there with, you know, once a year that we can send them this additional information, but they would have done that training and the self-assessment. So it makes it more, I guess, more targeted.
No, thank you.
Just, were you involved in the safety space before I suppose, WorkCover was broken up into the sort of three parts? Were you involved back then? And have you, in terms of the sort of disaggregation of the system and the lost opportunities for sort of synergies between the
Yep.
organisations that are in the system, have you observed that that's got worse as a result of the splitting of the functions out?
Yes.
When they were all in WorkCover,
Yeah.
you know, they might have been
Yeah.
more integrated. I don't know.
Yeah, it was. It was more integrated. Obviously, WorkCover was across all the claims, so they knew where the hotspots were within the state. And then when they were split, there was a big gap. Gradually, I'm on the outside, but I feel like they're getting better in terms of working together. But yeah, I think there's room for more work on that. Yeah.
Well, let's come to our the end of our time with you. It's been very helpful. You've had a number of ideas that we can take away and reflect on, particularly the way in which you've couched them as possible recommendations. So thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. It's been very helpful, and it sits nicely with the information contained in your submission. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Morning,
Morning.
Good morning.
and thank you for joining us this morning at our what is final hearing day for this inquiry. There's a formality that we need to complete before we commence formally the questioning of you, and that is to individually ask you to provide your full name, the basis upon which you're appearing today, and I would imagine it's as individuals, and then to swear, or husband or wife, however you wish to do that. Obviously not representing any business or company or organisation, although no doubt you're going to be talking in some detail about the green hats for Aaron, which we're much looking forward to, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, and you should have the names both before you. So perhaps if we start with Mrs. Fry, if you'd like to start.
Justine Fryer, representing Green Hats for Aaron, and today I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fryer.
My name's Ian Fryer, here representing Green Hats for Aaron.
Right.
And so I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Well, that's great. It makes it very clear, obviously, you're the parents of a dearly beloved deceased son of many years ago, and you obviously bring that to the hearing today, but obviously through the activism, the creation of an organisation that has done and continues to do much good in this area of workplace health and safety. Can I commence by inviting one or both of you to make what's called an opening statement, and then if you're agreeable after that, we've got committee members who would like the opportunity to ask you some questions. So does that format, is it agreeable?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. So, and probably before you commence, can I offer on behalf of the committee our sincere condolences, of course,
Thank you.
for the tragic loss of your dear son. I was just looking. It's a number of years ago now since his death in 2012. But no doubt every day you think about the loss of your son, and it's something that will sit with you forever. So
Yep.
we offer our sincere condolences for that dear loss.
Thank you.
So we'll open up with the statement.
Okay. Good morning. Firstly, we are grateful to be here today and to be able to provide evidence to the Standing Committee on Law Justice as part of the 2026 review of the Health Safety Scheme and in accordance with the Work Health and Safety Act 2011. One of the key areas that the committee has agreed to focus on is workplace health and safety training, education and support for apprentices in the workplace. This resonates deeply with us as our son Aaron was tragically killed in a totally preventable incident on a residential job site in 2012. He was only 17 and just beginning his plumbing apprenticeship. Aaron was a fun-loving young man with a great personality and a wonderful sense of humour. He was naturally talented and could play any sport and made numerous representative sides and academies. He had an exceptional ability to connect with people and friends from all walks of life. It did not matter to him whether someone was a straight-A student or someone who struggled. If you were his friend, you were his friend. Aaron was just 5 weeks into his trade, and all he ever wanted was to be a tradesman. His dream was to one day run his own business alongside his mates, working across different trades and building houses together. Tragically, his dream was cut short due to a senseless decision, a shortcut that may have saved a minute or two, but the consequences were catastrophic. The hydraulics to the quick hitch failed, causing it to release the bucket, hitting Aaron. As the safety pins were removed to save time when changing the bucket, he did not stand a chance. Aaron was killed from the shortcut and working for a company that failed to follow proper safety procedures. To our knowledge, the safety pin removal on the excavator was to save time and money. This decision ultimately cost our son his life. The company that Aaron worked for were prosecuted pursuant to Section 32 of the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 for failure to comply with a duty under Section 19, 1 of the Act, failure to comply with a duty under Section 27, 1 of the Act, and failure to comply with a duty under Section 28 of the Act. Had Aaron been clearly identified as a first-year apprentice through a green hard hat, it may have prompted additional supervision, greater awareness of his vulnerability, and stronger adherence to safe work practices around him. While no one can know with certainty what would have happened, we believe increased visibility of inexperienced workers has the potential to prevent incidents like the one that took Aaron's life. The goal of Green Hats for Aaron is clear: to ensure Aaron's death results in meaningful, life-saving change and that no other family suffers the loss like we and his sister Jess experience every day. As the committee has stated, there continues to be a disproportionate number of workplace accidents and injuries suffered by apprentices. State Insurance Regulatory Authority reportable claims from 2020 to 2025 report 1,515 claims in the 15 to 19 age group and 9,016 in the 20 to 24 age group. 70% of all claims involve falls, hitting objects, or being hit by objects. We propose that mandating changes to current PPE legislation to include that where or when a hard hat is currently required to be worn, all apprentices or those new to the industry wear high visibility green hard hats, ensuring they comply to the Australian Standard 1801-2024 certification. And where a hard hat isn't required, they could wear a green cap. The green hard hat provides instant identification. It immediately signals to supervised and experienced workers who the most vulnerable are. The green hat also has the inference that someone is green in the job. They're still learning. There is still a need for mentoring and support. Green Hats for Aaron is simple, practical initiative that can be implemented immediately. It evokes a sense of mateship and inclusion. It can be rolled out during TAFE, site inductions and toolbox discussions, with Aaron's face and tragic story sending such an impactful message. There can be an understanding that once competencies are achieved, the green hat is then replaced with the standard hard hat. While apprentices currently receive training and inductions, there is currently no simple, universally recognised visual indicator identifying inexperienced workers are on site. We respectfully ask the committee to recommend the introduction of a mandatory green hard hat program for apprentices and new workers where hard hats are required under workplace health and safety regulations. Workplace death is a faceless death. It is merely a statistics for some. But everyone, inclusive of our young apprentices, deserve to come home.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Fryer, and thank you for a very powerful opening statement. Before we start questions, can I acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Sophie Costas, our State Minister for Workplace Health and Safety and Industrial Relations, and has been doing much good work in both of those areas over a period of time. Can I open up now for questions from members? Can I say your submission has been received and processed. It stands as submission number 43 to the inquiry. Contains much valuable information and detail in it, which I'm sure will be the basis for some of the questions. So are you okay if we share questions between members to yourself? So,
Yes.
Anyone like to start off?
I'm happy to.
The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you very much for appearing today. Thank you for bringing such an important idea to the Parliament, and thank you for the dignity that you did your opening statement with. I think Aaron would be extremely proud of having two parents like you here to speak to the Parliament and to continue honouring his legacy. In your submission, there's an article that effectively lays out how Lend-Lease has implemented green hard hats for new workers. Can you provide the committee some insights as to what feedback they've given you in terms of that initiative, what outcomes have been achieved at Lend-Lease by implementing this idea that you've brought to the Parliament, and what they have indicated to you are some of the positives that have led to their adoption of this?
With Lend-Lease, it was released over, wasn't over the whole business, it was over just different sites. Mainly the biggest site was the Tweed Hospital. The positive feedback we had from that was that it was actually the apprentices all got on board, and it was easier for their mentors to identify them. So, and statistically, I think that the injury rate dropped a bit. Mm-hmm. So that was the feedback we have. We've gone with Lend-Lease. It's still ongoing. So to push further New South Wales wide. The problem with is that you get companies that, especially north of New South Wales, are very interested, but this site, like down Sydney, where it's harder to push into that kind of market for safety.
Mm-hmm. So you would say that prima facie there is benefit for not only the employer but also the employees, both the experienced ones by knowing who is in need of mentorship, but also those that are new, receiving the additional care and support of their fellow workers because they are identified as being somebody new on the worksite.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, just on that, and it is in the portfolio that we submitted, but we do have the safety manager for Lend-Lease, Matthew Smith, and he was quoted as saying that while not all Lend-Lease sites have implemented the Green Hats policy, he can see the benefits and hopes to see more sites taking up the initiative.
And obviously, there is a level of inertia, I'd say, in terms of implementing systems like this, because it does create a need for training, a need for understanding within the corporate structure, but also the workforce, because as you said, those who are new need to know that with the green hat, it indicates that they are new, but also those more experienced workers need to know that they are effectively mentoring those people in the green headwear, whether it be caps or hard hats. That does take time, and I'm sure you acknowledge that. Have you started developing a training program that may assist corporates or smaller businesses to be able to become involved in your scheme, and you can assist them in actually the implementation of it?
Yeah, we at the moment we're pushing through with different training methods and training ideas, but at this point it's not 100% completed. So as we both work full time, so it's really hard to find that time. Yeah. But we do every spare minute we put into this. So,
no, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Can I ask just a question myself about obviously the wearing of the green safety helmet is an immediate identifier of a person, mainly young persons, but probably not necessarily young persons, but persons at any building site working to obviously make it very clear we're dealing with someone who has got limited experience in terms of work in building and construction. Other than that visual identification, does the program involve additional activity directed towards this new person on site who's with limited experience, apprentice or whatever the case may be, to be given more training or information or guidance, mentorship over the matter of workplace health and safety, or is it just simply wearing the safety helmet itself?
Well,
just explain what the package involves.
Well, the package would be, it's a package that involves the green hat, then the story behind the green hat.
Right. Yep.
So the story behind the green hat would be you know, the thing is workplace death, and
Yeah.
it's more about a statistic. It's not about faces. You don't see that person. And the thing is, with mine and Justine and the people involved, is that we want to be more visual, even with the hat, but with actually having people's that this is Aaron Fryer.
Yes.
He was killed in the work site at
Yes.
17.
Yes.
Yes. That kind of thing.
And that would be a powerful.
Well, it is a powerful thing because you can. I do job starts every day. I do toolboxes every week, and to a large group of people. And there's no face to anything. It's just, it's not going to happen to me. So that's one of the reasons.
And you find that captures people's attention when you talk to
definitely.
that whole narrative about this young man growing up, just at tender age, 17, entering, working, and then having this tragedy. I mean, that surely is a pretty powerful presentation.
I can tell you like a quick story. One of the employees that I'm in charge of, and if they use lifting devices, they have to wear hard hats and stuff like that. The young guy, I actually just caught my eye that he was just about to do something and lift a piece of glass up, for example. I actually went over and said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Oh, I'm moving this." And I said, "Well, what? Where's your hat? Because it's part of their PPE." He goes, "Oh, I forgot. I don't really, I said, "Well, you're not invincible, And he said, "Yes, I am." So I said, "Well, no, you're not." And I told him the story of, because I pretty much told the story of my son, what happened. I can tell you now, to this day, he walks in with his hard hat on, leaves the building with his hat on. He doesn't take it off, takes it off for his smoko break, and that's it. And not that he's required to wear it the whole time, but he does now. So if you can tell a story to it, it can help. It can help.
But this is in conjunction with what is already in place in companies. So if they're already doing their induction, already doing their training, that's what we mentioned at the TAFE level as well.
Yeah.
We're just bringing in something that is, as I said, already in conjunction with the other trainings that are going on in organisations. This is just something that it's instant, it's immediate, and the review and the feedback we've had from up north, as Ian mentioned, northern New South Wales, we've got a couple of very close friends and associates, Byron and Lee, who have run with this initiative up north, and Byron goes out to job sites and he carries Aaron's photo. He talks about the green hat, and he has taken on, there have been so many companies, they're all listed in our submission, that have just run with this. Last week we were at the Safe Work Conference, roundtable conference there, and we had so many companies that came up to us afterwards and said, what a great initiative, a great idea. How can we get on board? How can we get these green hats? And the feedback is from the youngsters out there, the young apprentices, that they like the idea of it. Yep.
I guess, Chair, I can see having been a tradesperson myself, I can see the the value in terms of what you've just said, because there's a requirement under the legislation for direct supervision of apprentices. And if you've got a green hat telling you this is an apprentice, then it becomes a lot more obvious that the apprentice should be getting direct supervision because they're readily identifiable. So I can see how that would be a powerful, very practical tool to implement. It's something I think we should definitely consider. So thank you for the idea. I think it's a very practical, easy to implement thing that companies could do right across the board, literally straight away.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with it, because it is so simple, people won't run with it because it's too simple. That's the thing. Hasn't got the 1,000-word document to go with it, or it's just a simple idea and a simple implementation. You only need to require toolboxes and job starts to actually have it going, off and running.
Well, that's kind of my question was going to be, like, it doesn't seem like anyone's opposed to this idea. You've got the major industry players in favour of it. My question is, why isn't it being implemented? What's the resistance to implementing this? It's not going to cost them anything because
that's right.
they're going to provide hard hats anyway.
Yep, exactly.
Different coloured hard hats going to have negligible impact in terms of cost, so there's no cost obstacle. What's the resistance to it?
I think it's, as I said, Ian and I, we've just found we're, I guess, trying to get some leverage, trying to get some movement down here has been quite difficult, considering up north have just run with it. And we ask ourselves the same question, like, and as you can see, we've got quite a few residential builders in there that are in our submission that are all saying the same thing. Let's do it, just get it on site.
What's the mechanism, like in the law, to require it? I mean, what would we need to recommend specifically in terms of changes to the law to implement this particular system?
Well, I don't think you'd be changing law, would you? Because hard hats are mandatory on site.
So it would just be whatever I don't know whether it's the code of practice or whatever the mechanism is that requires this.
Yep.
It would just be in addition to that.
It'd be in addition to the 2011.
You know how you said that you're having more difficulty in the Sydney metropolitan region? Do you have any insights as to why?
One pushback was because of the colour. They say it's green, and a lot of sites have green for first aid. So that was one pushback, which I think that if you look at a lot of other industries, manufacturing, that they just have the white hat with the sticker indicating they're first aiders, or so that was one of the ones.
That was, that was it, really.
Yeah,
Because from my recollection, most hard hats are either yellow or white.
White, that's
Yeah.
right.
So I would have thought green was like
Yeah.
a colour that wouldn't cause any issues, but yeah.
Yeah.
Can I also ask, I've done some work with Rob and Patricia Casanidi, and their son also killed at work in a absolutely preventable, but in similar circumstances where there'd been a shortcut taken to save a bit of time,
Yep.
a little bit of money. I think Patricia told me it was like $3,000 is what they ended up, the saving of taking the ties off the scaffold.
Yep.
So it was a minimal amount of money. It's an industry that where cutting corners seems to be part of the culture. Do we need to have a different approach to the whole construction industry, like to perhaps like a more dedicated construction industry regulator? Is that something that you would support?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think the young workers, the inexperienced, on construction sites, it's just so much more magnified there. The higher risk, as you said, they're working to deadlines. But if you've got on a large construction site or even a small residential site, you've got a kid standing over there or a young person wearing a green hat, they're going to stand out. And I better just keep an eye on that person over there. So
just for example of maybe I'm just saying, if Aram had indicated he was wearing this hat, just say for example, and maybe the operator of the excavator might have thought, oh, hang on, he's in the exclusion zone, so I need to tell him to get out. It's just a trigger. It's a trigger to say, well, this guy, he shouldn't be there. Stop. Off you go, mate. So move out.
And the idea would be it would apply to all apprentices, first all the way through to fourth year, or
like the statement says that once they get to their trade, they can change their hat if they want to.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
In terms of the building and construction industry, obviously it has dominance at a top level of the grade A or tier 1 organisations. I'm sure you know all this.
Yep.
And then it obviously cascades down to what is almost a sort of cottage industry, sort of owner-operator builder. Have you been giving particular attention for your own advocacy and others that you've been working with to be giving some particular attention to the tier 1 operators, or are you sort of focusing on where you've got your relative strength at the moment, which is obviously the northern part of New South Wales?
Well, with a tier 1 company, you're going to instantly have massive traction, right? Because if you look at the the size of the business, so pretty much if you look at the big businesses, they're pretty much everywhere. You know, if you look at the mum and dad businesses, they're harder to get in.
Of course.
The owner is the accountant, he's chasing the work, he's doing everything. So that's where the more likely the danger is going to be in the mum and dad business or the little smaller sort of businesses. So
what about the peak building associations, employer associations? Forgive me, I'm sure you appreciate this, but the industry has some key associations which represent employers. Have you had an opportunity to have any engagement with those employer bodies?
Well, we did last week.
last week.
At the round table, and as I said earlier, the feedback was quite reassuring and positive. As I said before, there was quite a few people that wanted to know where they could procure the hats from, and we had someone that from the Housing Industry Association that said, "Oh, do you think it's going to make them more noticeable out on the job site? Could that infer some sort of, teasing type of thing?" And we said, well, that was the whole point of them, to be noticeable on the job site.
Right.
And that would then come down to that particular company's culture, which is
Safety
across
culture.
all workplaces. And that's why we focused on wearing the hat. It's the inclusion. You're looking out for each other.
Yeah.
It's also the thing I like about it too is that when you dovetail it in with the laws, as I said, the mandatory supervision and now industrial manslaughter, if the apprentice is wearing a hat and there was a conscious ignorance of that hat being worn, then it's obviously another thread in the. Not that you want to go down the reactive path.
Yeah.
It's about prevention, but that's another advantage. So I just don't see any downsides to this.
No.
Just going back to your question, Chair. You're talking about the unions, the pipe and plumbers and
PP.
pipe in Queensland. At the moment, they're going through the process of all apprentices in Queensland will be
Issued with one of these.
issued with one of these.
Through the union?
Yeah,
Yep.
through the union up there. So they're working through that process at the moment. So
And that's followed on from your engagement with the union, or they've picked it up and run with
Yep.
it?
Yep.
They've run with it. And with this particular prototype, this is the one that they've put out. As you can see, it's the translucent green.
Yes.
So when they're wearing it, they've even got the view up
Right.
as well, which is an added benefit. And as I said earlier, the apprentices are very keen.
because they like the style.
They've run with it. Yeah.
It's a fashionable hard hat, isn't
Yeah.
it? That's in a sense.
Yeah. Well, that's
No, but I mean,
And that's the
it
thing. You need
does
something
the
that
job
they're comfortable
and
with.
has some additional features to it, which is
Yeah.
obviously of some value. Well, we've come to the end of our time. Any final questions?
No. But thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, can I just say there's some of the simplest ideas, so to speak, can be the best ideas. Sometimes we look to try and find very complicated ways of addressing matters, but you can come up with an idea which is, you ask yourself, well, why hasn't just been thought of before as a way of really identifying a class of workers who are instantly recognised as employees or contractors, as the case may be, but are serving in an apprenticeship and perhaps deserving of some additional attention in terms of not just occupational health and safety, but other matters as well. So thank you very much. And once again, it's a loss you'll never forget, but a wonderful legacy that I think has been commenced and I hope will continue to flourish, not just in the state of New South Wales, but obviously we've got some developments in Queensland and may expand elsewhere. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that brings us to morning tea for a break. So we've got about 15 minutes and back at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Formality is for you simply just to provide your full name, your position title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, and the words are there. So I'll let you do that.
Perfect. My name is Emily Armstrong. I'm the WHS and Education Official at the Transport Workers Union. I'm doing the affirmation today.
Sure.
So I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. So thank you for coming. Now we've received the submission from the Transport Workers Union New South Wales. It stands as submission number 36 to the inquiry. It's been processed and uploaded onto the inquiry's webpage, and obviously sits as written evidence to the inquiry. But we appreciate you coming along today and providing us an opportunity to no doubt ask you some questions about your submission, but also other matters that I'm sure that members wish to raise with you as it all unfolds. So what we do is we invite you to make, if you wish to do so, an opening statement, if you wish. And then once that's done, we share the questions around. There's members of the government, the opposition and crossbench, and all will be joining us at some stage, although I think one's not due to arrive a bit later this morning. So we'll get underway with your opening statement.
Sure. Okay. Good morning. My name is Emily Armstrong. I'm the WHS and Education Official at the Transport Workers Union of New South Wales. I would like to begin by thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak at today's hearing. The TWU submission provides recommendations in relation to the both Work Health Safety Act and the Work Health and Safety Regulation, informed by transport industry's specific experience and expertise. Transport remains the deadliest industry in Australia, and since the introduction of the WHS legislation, the TWU have been unwavering in our commitment to ensuring transport workers return home safely at the end of every working day. As an approved training provider with SafeWork New South Wales for both health and safety representative training and entry permit holder training, the TWU supports transport industry HSRs throughout every stage of their role. This gives TWU HSRs a unique and practical understanding of the WHS legislation, including how the powers and functions of HSRs operate in real workplace settings. TWU trained HSRs are strong advocates of workers' health and safety, often exercising their powers and functions despite significant resistance from some PCBUs. One notable example is TWU member and trained HSR Mr. Theros Seramatidis, who stood up for workers' health and safety during COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, demonstrating the critical role HSRs play in protecting workers. The landmark case in which Qantas was found to have engaged in discriminatory conduct against TWU HSR Theo underscored the vital role HSRs play in advocating for safe workplaces. The decision sent a clear message that workers and their representatives must be able to raise health and safety concerns and exercise their powers without intimidation, discrimination or retaliation, strengthening workplace health and safety protections across Australia. Additionally, the TWU represents HSRs and transport workers by way of submitting requests for services to SafeWork New South Wales and assisting workers to navigate WHS processes and enforcement mechanisms. The TWU's Assistant Secretary and Director of WHS and Education, Ms. Maria Marcic, was proudly appointed last week on SafeWork New South Wales Advisory Council. This appointment reflects the TWU's ongoing commitment to improving workplace health and safety outcomes across New South Wales. I welcome all questions the committee may have in relation to the TWU submission and will aim to answer to the best of my ability. Thank you.
That's great. That's really good. And of course, I'm sure you appreciate this with the experience you have, but if there's any question that you think you don't quite have all the information you want and you just need some additional detail, you're welcome to take it on notice, and that can be provided to you after the inquiry by the Commissioner Secretariat. Well, with that very helpful introduction, would someone like to get underway?
Sure, I'm happy to start. Thanks for your
Anthony
attendance
Gaddam.
and for the submission. I wanted to ask about the HSR training recommendation. So could you just elaborate? In Victoria, it's the 5, 3 and 2, is that right? Over 3 years. And does that mean that there's no further entitlement to training after the first 3 years?
So I believe that one is South Australia's entitlement.
Oh, sorry, South Australia, is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
So within their 3-year term, they have the ability and the entitlement to attend the initial 5-day training, and then for their second year, 3 days, their third year, 2 days training, and then that would be their full entitlement within their office as an HSR.
So what do you say about the proposition to have effectively, a regular entitlement to enable workers to update themselves on developments in terms of safety practice? If you contain it just to the 3 years, then there's no entitlement after the 3 years. What's the kind of
so the entitlement, in the way that we view it in New South Wales, but then also practically within South Australia as well, is the moment they become re-elected, that entitlement then restarts.
Right, I see.
Yeah. So
they'd then get another, effectively 10 days over 3 years.
Yes.
Right, under the proposal. Okay. You sort of raised some concerns about PCBUs interfering in elections or obstructing elections.
Yes.
That we've certainly heard evidence along the same lines from other stakeholders. Can you perhaps maybe give us some examples where this has been an issue?
Sure. So we've had quite a few examples across all sectors of transport. To kind of summarise in key themes, typically what we see is PCBUs will create their own form or platform in the way that they receive nominations for the positions of HSRs, and then the way that they fund or facilitate the election process. What workers have reported to us is it's not a clear and transparent process. So someone has been nominated, but then the PCB will say, there is no purpose for an election, they've been voted in uncontested. But then workers will raise and say, hold on, I also put my name up for nomination. How is it there could be no one when there's at least 5 people that have been nominated? But the PCBU is unwilling to be transparent in providing the list of nominations or some type of transparent way to see how that happens. Other ways we'll have is the PCBU will say, if we are not a party to the election and we are not running the election ourselves, it's not a valid election, therefore the HSR is not duly elected, and then they won't have their access to full powers, training entitlements, etc.
This is large employers engaging in
Large
this?
employers, yes.
Right. And so what's the remedy? Is it that the unions conduct the elections, or the regulator conducts the elections, or how do we kind of resolve this so that worker representation isn't being obstructed by sort of technical impediments?
Yeah, so our suggestion would be around, so currently the legislation says that workers may facilitate the election. We don't necessarily want the duty to be on the workers, but some kind of clarification around it to say the PCPU will facilitate workers' elections or assist in that facilitation. There is already the language around that, but I guess more just making it quite clear that workers run worker-elected representatives, and they're the ones that are running those elections, and the PCBU is more of in that facilitation role, assisting in that facilitation, rather than that kind of misunderstanding, or at least PCBU's misunderstanding around that they get to run the elections.
And so are you looking for a sort of legislative clarification or something in the regulations or an amendment to the Code of Practice around consultation? What would be the mechanism for making this?
Is it too ambiguous now, is it?
Yes, it's quite grey. We would say that an amendment in the Act to make it quite clear, but then also maybe some more guidance spelled out within the regulation to say this is how the PCBU can assist in that facilitation of the elections, rather than the current kind of ambiguous term that's in there where it says that they can provide assistance, resources and facilities.
So in the cases that you've cited, did that lead to some work health and safety dispute?
Yes.
And so how did that end up getting resolved? What was the sort of...
Yeah.
Does the regulator have some solution about how the...
So there was one particular case that really stood out to us. This was in our bus industry. There was an election for an HSR, and another HSR ended up issuing a PIN because they hadn't consulted on the election procedures. What the bus company had done was create a procedure themselves and then say that they were following company procedure. Safe Work came out, upheld the PIN and directed the company to consult with the workers and allow the workers to run their own elections. But even when that direction was provided to the PCBU, Safe Work was quite clear that they can't necessarily dictate an election procedure because it needs to be determined by the workers. And then so from there, workers actually got together and said that we would prefer it to be conducted via a ballot box. So, and then they had like scrutineers, so they had a nomination sheet up for about a week. And then after that, then they had the voting period open for a week, and then scrutineers with one PCBU representative, one worker representative, and the union official was part of that process.
Does it make it just a bit too complicated if the workers have to, like, isn't it better to have some, I suppose, just standard procedures rather than having to consult with the workers about the mechanism? Like,
yes, there's pros and cons to that. What I find is in like Sydney Metro workplaces, it can get quite complex. Everyone's got their own opinions, but where I find it to be a lot more streamlined and a little bit less complicated is in our regional areas. In our regional areas, our members have reported that they don't necessarily need a nomination and voting period to be open for weeks on end. They prefer to do it old school way where everyone's in the lunchroom, there's only 15 of them anyway, they do a show of hands, vote it in, it's done, that's simple. So I guess there's pros and cons on both sides. We wouldn't necessarily be opposed to a legislative process, but how can we determine what's the best kind of standard for all workplaces with all different types of workers?
right, I see. So there's a scale issue, really.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting point that my colleague made there, because I do see there's issues with having consultation around the conduct of elections, and then it leaves it open to manipulation, whereas if it was cut and dried to the degree that you can do that, I could see how that would be, like the workers still run it.
Yeah.
As you say, the PCBU facilitates it, but there's a set process, maybe within some defined parameters. But, I just wanted to ask you, what's the punitive escalation under the current legislation? So in that situation, that example you gave us where they issued a PIN, Safe Work came out and said, we can't really do anything because it's the workers who run the election. But what is if the employer persists in not facilitating the election, what is the punitive escalation?
Sure. So sorry, with the case in the example that I provided, Safe Work was able to determine and uphold the PIN to say that the PCB was in contravention of not consulting with the workers around the election, but they couldn't necessarily direct that the election must be done in XYZ fashion.
I see.
Because it needs to be determined by workers.
Yeah.
What we find typically is because the legislation is grey and it says may be determined by workers, and the PCBU's obligation is to assist in the facilitation of the election, the moment the PCBU tries to run it and essentially workers are saying we don't want them to run our elections, the regulator typically sides with the worker. So it's kind of like the escalation point. They usually side with the worker, and there's no kind of issue around that. The drama that we usually have post that is then when the PCBU is saying things like, well, how can we determine, and this is more of our sophisticated companies that are concerned about union delegates being elected. They start saying, how can we determine that all workers had an opportunity to vote? How do we know that this was a fair and proper election? And it's more around those types of like nitty-gritty issues that kind of escalate. But generally speaking, those kind of disputes are more for our sophisticated companies trying to prevent union delegates being elected.
And what about in the non-unionised sector, where you've obviously got a lot of lack of awareness about the fact that HSRs are actually a thing, that you have elections for these things? There's obviously an inbuilt incentive perhaps not to make that known. Does the TWU have a view on what you do with that non-unionised sector?
Yeah, so there's typically a key issue that we find, and this usually is raised in health and safety representative training. PCBUs are quite lazy with their language. So they'll come to a worker and say, we need a health and safety committee and we're going to elect you as a health and safety representative. But what they mean is you'll be a representative on the health and safety committee, which is very, very different. It speaks to election processes and whether or not they have the powers and functions as HSRs. So we have an issue around that kind of thing there. And then workers not quite understanding the difference between a health and safety committee member and a health and safety representative. In our submission, we referred to the Queensland legislation where PCBUs have the obligation to initiate the election of HSRs. So it's not necessarily the PCBU saying we need to run HSR elections, but it's more of that invitation, letting them aware of you can have a health and safety representative. This is what the role of an HSR is, and we can elect them if you wish, but it's all about workers facilitating that election and it being a worker-elected representative. We think that will assist with non-unionised workplaces.
What do you think about the evidence we heard earlier today from a training provider who suggested that if your premiums were above a certain threshold, he's saying because it's more relevant to risk in the workplace and the likelihood of accidents happening, he suggested a premium of $100,000, then you would have to, it would be mandatory to have HSRs elected in the workplace. What do you say to a proposal like that?
I can see the pros and cons for something like that. Our concerns would be around that if there is a legal mandate for PCBUs to have health and safety representatives, it starts to take away the essence of the legislation with it being a worker-elected representative, with PCBUs being concerned about we're not compliant with this aspect of the legislation, we don't have HSRs, therefore we must go out and seek someone and kind of force someone into that position. Again, taking away the essence of the whole point of HSRs being worker-elected voices for workers regarding health and safety. So I can see that it would be more problematic.
At the moment, the HSR system's really contained to the sort of highly unionised sector, and so the vast majority of the private sector workforce is actually unrepresented and ignorant of their entitlement. Like, what's the mechanism to actually ensure that those workplaces and those workers are actually getting represented, if not by some kind of mandatory requirement?
I think that's where, again, going back to the Queensland provision, the invitation to inform workers about their rights to have HSRs elected. So then that way it's still workers having the choice of who they want to represent them, rather than the PCBU being caught up and around that mandated HSR component.
Could you? The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive, though, are they? You could conceivably have a system that was mandatory that the workers still run.
I see what you're saying. My concern would necessarily be around, and we see this time and time again, particularly around health and safety committees. So PCBUs will say that we've got a great consultation mechanism because we have a health and safety committee. But the legislation's quite clear. It must be a 50-50 split, 50 being PCBU representatives, 50% being worker representatives. But the PCBU will still go appoint those worker representatives. So it's still not an actual proper consultative mechanism where workers are being adequately represented. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have HSRs, like some type of mandated HSRs. My concern is the fact that PCBUs will find a way to put their preferred candidate forward as the HSR, and essentially the position becoming redundant because they're caught up on that.
I guess one of the things, Ms. Armstrong, one of the things the committee's struggling with is, as Anthony's pointed out, is this vast coverage of the workforce, which is basically just ignorant of HSRs. There's just no presence there at all. And whilst ever you have any form of voluntary opt-in, regardless, it's all, the problem's probably not going to go away. That's what we're trying to grapple with, how we sort of solve that issue, I guess. Yeah.
Can I just, joining us is Ms. Abigail Boyd from the Greens. Abigail, do you have any questions you might like to pose?
Thanks, Chair. Not right at this moment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I jump in with one just myself? if I could, it's just on the issue of Safe Work New South Wales and its the work, most valuable work that it does do. We're of the understanding that there is a ongoing sense of it's improving its activity on the ground out there in workplaces, engaging with employers, engaging with unions, engaging with other stakeholders. I'm wondering, are you in a position to provide any sort of opinion about how you think WorkSafe is going, and any particular areas that perhaps for your industry, the TW's industry, or industries, because obviously it picks up aviation and others as well, might be desired of something, having some additional attention and work done in it by Safe Work?
Sure. We have seen significant improvements within Safe Work. Safe Work has been far more collaborative with unions, TW in particular, regarding resources for HSRs, even the way that they assist with our members when disputes arise on the ground. One thing that we have found that's still not improving at the moment, and this is partly an issue for Safe Work, but it's also partly a legislative issue, is what we refer to in our submission as the loophole regarding PIN compliance. What we find is HSRs will issue a PIN. There's a 7-day review time frame where the PIN must be challenged. Sophisticated companies will wait for that 7-day time frame to pass and then not comply with the PIN. The legislation states that if you do not request a review of the PIN within those 7 days, you must comply with the PIN by default.
Right.
The companies will not comply with the PIN, which means that we need to then seek assistance from Safe Work New South Wales. And the way that their power is enacted under the legislation is through essentially issue resolution. Once they come out to the workplace, they try to provide some type of recommendations or remedies between the two parties regarding the PIN compliance. However, because they're recommendations and remedies, the PCBU is not legally obligated to follow the recommendations or remedies. And this is where we start to have things as what we've coined within our industry as forever PINs, because the PINs will stay up, displayed on the notice boards forever because they're never complied with. The PCBU has no intention to comply with them. The HSR refuses to remove the PIN because it's not complied with. And Safe Work New South Wales has no legal jurisdiction to compel the PCBU to comply with the PIN.
Aren't they? They're required to. Isn't it a penalty notice provision to failure to comply?
Yes.
Why wouldn't Safe Work just issue a fine?
That's a great question. That's the question that we ask Safe Work New South Wales a lot.
And what's the answer that you get?
That it's difficult to run those types of prosecutions if they're going to go for a prosecution regarding the failure of PIN compliance.
So is it a penalty notice?
There's both options. So they could run it under as a Category 3 offence, but then also they could issue the penalty notices. In our experience, we haven't had, and this is both in the federal jurisdiction with Comcare being the regulator, but then also in the state jurisdiction, we've never had a PCBU issued a penalty notice for failure to comply with a PIN.
Sorry, can I just ask a...
Sure.
Is it the case that if a penalty notice is provided to the PCBU that's not implemented the PIN appropriately, that they would challenge it, and therefore the prosecution then becomes more difficult, so they just don't issue it? Or has there been circumstances where after issuing a penalty notice it has been challenged and then determined that the prosecution was too difficult?
Essentially both. We have been we've
so they have actually issued fines, and then they've been challenged, and they've not been able to meet the adequate standard in order to reach a prosecution. Is that...
Yes, but not with PIN compliance. So in our experience, from what we've received from Safe Work inspectors off the record, is that they have informed us that there's a bit of an internal situation where if a PCBU requests a review of the penalty notice or even an inspector decision, and they complain about the inspectors, the decision gets overturned, and then no one else continues pursuing it after that. But again, in our experience, no one has ever actually issued a penalty notice for failure to PIN compliance.
That is extraordinary, if that is the case, because you've really got you've got a body that is too scared to actually prosecute, where there is an apparent breach. And, you know, obviously you've said that there are insiders within Safe Work that are providing this information to you. In circumstances where we know that a penalty notice has been issued and then withdrawn, are you able to provide us some clarity around how many you think this might have occurred in terms of that withdrawal, and whether it was off the basis of a complaint, and whether perhaps there needs to be some sort of ministerial or government intervention in this?
Not necessarily penalty notices, no, sorry.
Okay.
With improvement notices.
Oh, rightio, okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Just a quick one.
Come on.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Like a cyclone, she comes in and just all of a sudden just like takes over.
Yeah, I've been
She does that
listening.
from time to time.
Good morning. In your submission in section 4, you talk about the gap in New South Wales legislation with regards to resources, facilities and assistance, and argue that the definition of resources, facilities, assistance should be inserted into the Act or regulation to underpin the PCBU's obligations. You then say it's not uncommon for PCBUs to attempt to obfuscate what may or may not constitute a resource, facility or even assistance in the event an HSR pursues use. Could you give us some examples of the types of things that get hindered?
Sure. There's a whole raft of things. Typically, what we find is HSRs will request assistance in the sense of we need a private room to have discussions in investigations that we might be running, or assistance that we're providing to the workers. The PCBU will say that there is no room available for them. The HSRs will request other types of resources in the sense of, can we please have access to printers, paper, pens, notebooks, clipboards. The PCBU will respond with, this is not something that we can actually do at this time, or they'll try to put barriers in, or at least our view is barriers to the HSRs, by saying things like, can you please explain to us why you need all of these resources? Why do you need to print 500 copies of this flyer, perhaps? Why do you need to have access to these notebooks and pens and clipboards so you can do a workplace inspection? Can't you do it on a tablet, perhaps? And then the HSRs will say, I'm old school, I'm a transport worker, I don't really like technology, I'd prefer to do it the old pen and paper way. So I think by having some type of clear definition can assist members and HSRs in those arguments and discussions by making it quite clear in the legislation as to what it means.
Which sounds like a good idea on the face of it. I wonder how you would draft such a thing, I guess. Do you have any ideas for sort of, I guess, how it would be presented in a legislative change?
In our submission, we refer to the Queensland provision. And in the Queensland regulation, they have resources, facilities, assistance defined. And we think that's a pretty good baseline to have a look at.
And to your knowledge, does that help? Is there still some sort of hindering around that definition, or it's just...
There's always hindering. Yes. But it has helped significantly. We're in close contact with our Queensland office, and from our Queensland officials, they report that this definition has helped immensely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Abigail. Can I just go to the page number 3 of your submission, which has got the summary of the recommendations? I've just got one particular question.
Yes.
Could I please take you to the 4th dot point that says the mirroring of section 50A of the Queensland Work Health and Safety Act 2011 in the New South Wales Act to explicitly prohibit PCBU's interference in HSR election process. Forgive me, I probably should know this, but compared to what we have in New South Wales currently, is there any protections around or any requirements or obligations by PCBUs not to interfere with respect to such elections? Is it essentially silent in New South Wales compared to, and sorry, I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, vis-a-vis Queensland, And the Queensland one seems to be quite, clear and robust,
Yes.
To explicitly prohibit.
Yes.
There's nothing even broadly similar in New South Wales as far as you can recall? If you need to take it on notice, that's fine. I was just wondering.
No, I can answer it.
Yeah.
So the only, I guess the only kind of similar protections, but again, it's not quite clear, would be discriminatory conduct or the prohibition of discriminatory conduct under the Act. But in order for that to kind of apply, the worker would have to have some type of conduct against them, so that they've been terminated, a warning issued or something like that.
Action by the
the PCBU for either requesting the election or something along those lines.
Right.
But there's nothing explicitly prohibiting the PCBU from interfering in the election.
Right. So, are there any? I mean, it's very comprehensive. This particular page where it's making references to what on the face of it are superior positions in the Queensland legislation. Does this page cover the key elements of the Queensland legislation that you believe are worthy of consideration here in New South Wales, or there are some others as well? And once again, if there's others, you could take that on notice, but you picked up some key ones, I have to say, in terms of the what appears to be the superiority of the
I believe these are the ones that we find to be most significant
and most attractive. Yeah. Vis-a-vis where we are in New South Wales presently.
Yeah.
No, that's helpful to know. Are there any other questions?
I just want to ask about your proposal around giving an explicit power to HSRs to hold group meetings.
Yes.
Do you want to just sort of elaborate on that and why that's necessary?
Sure. So in transport in particular, our members rely upon face-to-face communication. They find it's best for networking, but also our members reluctantly don't necessarily like to communicate via WhatsApp groups or like calls or things like that. Particularly in HSR training, our members always say to me, Emily, I prefer to communicate the old school way. If we all get into a room, we can discuss the issues at length. And also too, and I'm sure you all can appreciate, when you're speaking face-to-face, you're more likely to have more robust conversations, or perhaps feel more comfortable or confident to say things that you wouldn't necessarily do so over the phone or via text message, email. What we find is that in transport, a lot of our members, they work in isolation and they don't necessarily have the time to come together and discuss really key topical issues. So we think by the explicit power that can really assist in the HSRs having access to their work group to adequately represent, but also allow the workers an opportunity to actually collectively get together and speak about issues that may or may not be affecting them in the workplace.
Thank you very much. Well, there might be some questions that members may have after reading the Hansard, which we published after today, and if you're agreeable, our Secretariat will engage with you over those what are called supplementary questions. So once again, thank you first and foremost for the submission and also the opportunity to ask you questions today from your oral evidence. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
So what we'll need to do first is just get through a formality of having you sworn or affirmed to provide your evidence to the inquiry this morning. So I'll get each of you to identify yourself, your full name, your position title within the organisation you're with, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, and you should have the words of both there to select from. So perhaps we'll start with you, Ms O'Toole.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. My name is Terry O'Toole. I am the Federal Secretary of the Flight Attendants Association of Australia. Happy to do an oath for you.
Sure, thank you.
I swear that the evidence now I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And Ms McCormack, could you please follow the same with either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you for having me here today. I'm Ms Shauna McCormack. I'm an Industrial WHS Officer at the Flight Attendants Association of Australia. And I'll give the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Well, can I commence by once again thanking you both and acknowledging the submission received from the Flight Attendants Association of Australia. That's submission number 41 to the inquiry, and it's been processed and uploaded onto the inquiry's webpage. Members have had the opportunity to look at the submission, and I expect there'll be some questions arising from having done so. But we'd like to hear from yourselves now, and what we'll proceed with is if you wish to do so, an opening statement, followed then by questions from members, which we share around in free-flowing. So will there be one or two opening statements?
Just the one? Just the
yes,
one
no,
opening
that's
statement?
okay. Sometimes there's two, but one's fine. So
One's fine.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Chair and members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Terry O'Toole. I'm the Federal Secretary of the Flight Attendants Association of Australia. The FAAA is the dedicated industry union representing cabin crew across all Australian airlines. Our members work in one of the most highly regulated and safety critical industries in the country. Our submission is not that the Work Health Safety Act is weak. In many respects, the Act is strong. It contains clear duties, consultation obligations, HSR powers, PINs, cease work rights and protections against discriminatory conduct. The problem is that in aviation, those rights and duties are not always able to be operated in practice. Cabin crew work in an environment and a workplace that is mobile, it's confined, it's pressurised, it's time critical, and it's partly regulated through Commonwealth aviation law. An aircraft is plainly a workplace. It is where cabin crew perform their duties, manage safety risks, respond to emergencies, provide first aid, manage disruptive passengers, and protect the travelling public. But because that workplace is an aircraft, work health safety risks can be treated as operational issues rather than workers' safety issues. Fatigue can be normalised as part of the job. Psychosocial hazards can be framed as individual resilience. Fumes events, cabin air quality issues are misunderstood and go unreported, even though they pose a serious risk to health from chemical exposure and should require stronger controls. Consultation does occur, however, often HSR's input is not taken, and with aircraft and lead times, decisions are already made. HSRs can face delays in accessing the fatigue data, incident reports and risk assessments that they actually need to do their roles properly. We are not asking the committee to undermine aviation safety regulations or the authority of the pilot in command. Those structures are essential. What we are saying is that aviation safety and worker safety should not sit in separate silos. Cabin crew should not lose practical work health safety protections simply because their workplace operates at 35,000 feet in the air. Our core recommendations is that Safe Work New South Wales need a clearer aviation capability. That includes aviation-specific codes of practice, aviation specialist inspectors, and formal coordination protocols between Safe Work New South Wales, CASA, and other relevant regulators. We also say HSRs need access to aviation-specific training, clearer support around PINs and access to information, and stronger practical protections when raising safety concerns. Supervisors and managers who consult with HSRs should also understand their work health safety obligations, not just operational procedures. The risks facing cabin crew are foreseeable: fatigue, circadian disruption, occupational violence, fumes, contaminated air, manual handling in confined spaces, heat, biohazards, psychosocial harm. These are not abstract risks, they are daily features of the cabin environment. The purpose of the work health safety scheme is prevention. For cabin crew, prevention requires the Act to operate in the real workplace, not just on paper. We welcome the committee's consideration of these issues and would be pleased to assist with any questions. And members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Till. It's a very strong opening statement and sits very well with what I have to say is one of our more extensive submissions, which is a tribute to the organisation. Obviously, a lot of work's gone into the preparation of it, so it contains much...
Aviation people are always organised.
The Honourable Wes Fang was a chopper pilot in a previous life, so...
About to be one again.
No, I am not.
Behave.
No,
behave.
I am not.
Behave. So who would like to commence the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
You go,
the Honourable Wes Fang, who
Thank
is
you.
leading with his chin.
Humble bloke from Wagga. Thank you very much for appearing today and providing your insights. I'm curious to know, obviously this is New South Wales Parliament and we're talking about the New South Wales system here, but you said in your opening statement quite accurately that in aviation you have an industry that operates over borders, sometimes international borders, but in circumstances where you've got, say, a domestic crew that's operating from a home base potentially in Sydney, you find yourself operating in different jurisdictions depending on where you might land. You could be, interstate or within New South Wales itself. How do you find that operation across a number of jurisdictions impacts your members? And do you see any issues? Or conversely, do you see that there are things that are working well that potentially could be wider, that have a wider rollout?
Sorry, I did try to turn that off. I'm not that
That's
good.
okay. That's okay.
Okay, so that's a really good question about how we do it. So currently we have a work health safety committee. If I use the international space, it's probably the easiest space to make sense of it. So if we look at the international space, we have a committee that represents our 3 bases internationally, which is Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. So there are HSRs elected in each of those bases for the group, but they meet as a single base for base day, which is things that would only affect their particular bases. Then we meet as a group on the next day to talk about all of their issues. The FAAA does have a seat on that committee, and I sit on that committee myself. So what we do find, though, is if it's an if it's an issue that affects all of the work groups, so it's an international. For instance, we're having a dispute at the moment over the ability to wear a glove when you collect dirty food at the end of a service. The company does not want us, the PCBU does not want us to wear a glove, and we're in a dispute over it because we think it's the best hygienic protection for the crew and it's part of personal protective equipment, we say. That PIN was issued, we had to issue it in all 3 states. Now the risk you run by doing that is that what if another state disagrees or the regulator finds for a different finding than one of the other 2 states? So it does become problematic in having that. The other thing we see as a problem is a HSR is elected, they're really well trained, or they may have been doing it for 5 years and they're really good HSRs. They've been elected a few times and they're very, very good at what they do. They take a promotion, that promotion may be in another state. They lose their HSR immediately. They don't transfer over, even though the actual HSR role is fairly similar in all of the states. They lose that immediately, and we lose really good people because there is no vacancy in that in that state a HSR. There are already HSRs, so we have to wait if they want to be HSRs again until the next election comes around. So you're right, it is problematic when you run a business or an airline, which most of them do, where they don't have a singular base in one singular state.
Is it the case that where your home base is, I'll say, so if you're, for example, if you're a home-based flight attendant in Queensland, you are responsible to that state's
Cohort.
legislation?
Yes.
And if you are home-based in, say, New South Wales, you're obviously responsible for New South Wales.
Yes.
Here's the obvious question that arises out of that. What if you have mixed crews?
Then you would report it to the HSR in your base, and they would raise it on your behalf. So if you were flying on an aircraft and you had a Queensland HSR on the aircraft and a New South Wales HSR on the aircraft, and you were from Victoria, neither of those HSRs could actually deal with the issue unless it was an issue that affected all of the aircraft, and so they were affected by it as well, and they could raise it under one of their workers. Am I making that clear?
No, it does.
So
yeah.
you're right. It's very complex.
Yeah.
And let's not talk about what happens when something happens in America, or in Hong Kong, or in Japan.
Is it the case that the aircraft, and I might be delving into bits that I'm not sure you all know the answer to, but say there is a international aircraft that's departing from Sydney, it's Sydney based, and it is flying to London or Singapore via London, whatever, it's en route somewhere. The rules that apply to that aircraft and the cabin crew inside are Sydney until they arrive at the destination, or is it like how?
Okay, and this is a grey area. We've had issues. I'll give you an example. We had a flight attendant fly from Sydney to Los Angeles. I'm pretty sure it was Los Angeles. It was in the USA. And while the particular hotel had very strong doors that would close really quickly in the hotel room, she lost the tip of her finger. The door slammed on her finger and took the tip of her finger off.
Yep.
She needed to go to hospital, and she did. Is that a reportable matter? Because in New South Wales, if you have to go to hospital in the workplace, it's a reportable matter. Well, it's not, because one, they weren't in the workplace, and two, it was overseas. So it is a lot of grey areas.
How are they not in the workplace though? Because in circumstances where you are,
That was our position.
Yeah.
on a layover,
That was our position.
You're only there because the employer or the PCBU has asked you to be there. And that's where it's kind of like the jurisdictional vagueness comes from. So like an aircraft it's an AOC, it's registered in Australia, it's an Australian aircraft.
Yeah.
The FAAA would insist that it is an Australian workplace. However, there is inconsistencies on how, say, work health safety legislation is applied. Fair work, I know we're not talking about that here, but there is this ambiguity about, well, is it an Australian workplace? We would argue that it is, because it's an Australian registered aircraft with Australian crew
So
who have to be to the
these things
standard of
haven't
Fair
been
Work Act.
tested in court?
No.
Right.
So have you had a regulator refuse to, I guess, act because of a jurisdictional dispute?
It's a matter of then, do we want to fight the reporting of it? At the end of the day, it would have just been a report about the issue. I'm not sure what the hotel could have done. There was a risk assessment done of that hotel again, etc., etc. We had an issue during COVID where we raised a PIN over failure to report COVID on aircraft. I'm not sure if the committee is aware of this, but we actually issued a PIN. Safe Work refused it, ignored it, removed the PIN. We then challenged that. They did an internal review. The internal review said nothing to see. We then challenged that, and we ended up in the Industrial Relations Commission for that. In the end, we settled and went away because we found that they weren't, the court itself wasn't all that interested in hearing the matter. So that's another sort of layer on top of it. Are you going to get the buy-in that these are important issues?
I've just got one more question just in relation to the finger
Yep.
issue, which I've got to say, it happened to my son as well. I imagine that the company, the PCBU, through either their own cost or through workers' compensation,
Yes.
managed the incident, the cost to the employee for medical overseas, the return home, etc., etc.
Yes.
In those circumstances, what was the justification then in not reporting, given that they have effectively used either workers' compensation, as I said, or some sort of insurance, I imagine?
I think it's the data, isn't it, really? What would the data show that, when you go into workplaces and they say we've had 170 days with no injury, there's a sort of a desire for business or the PCBU not to show that they're a safe workplace. And so the desire is not to have reportable incidents, really. That would be the only motivation that I could possibly think on why you wouldn't just pick up the phone or whatever the process is for a PCBU to report it to Safe Work.
But it was the case, I'm not confusing your evidence, that they actually actively sought to not provide a report.
That's
on this matter.
my understanding is that it was not reportable, and the HSRs raised that this should have been a reportable incident, and my understanding is that
The
it was not
PCBU insisted it wasn't.
I don't want to give
No,
evidence
yeah,
on that,
so
'cause
that's
it's
why I
my
just want to
knowledge.
understand
To my
your evidence.
knowledge,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I believe happened, but I'm
Thank
more
you.
than happy to take that on notice and
Yeah.
to get you more information about it.
Honourable.
Anthony, do you have anything?
Mark?
I was just
Oh,
curious.
have a go then,
Well,
Mark.
actually, I was going to ask, so Qantas or Virgin then are Comcare?
No, they're
Virgin is
self-insured.
Comcare and Qantas is self-insured.
So does Virgin's status as a Comcare licensee, does that mean that their work health and safety arrangements are national?
Yes, I believe so.
Right, I see. So is this not a sort of Commonwealth problem? Like the legislative arrangements for aviation clearly have, in a jurisdictional scope, why have the Commonwealth not legislated to create a uniform work health and safety regime for the
We
aviation
agree,
industry?
and as we've said in our submissions, I think one of the things we see that's just startling is that you have these CASA recommendations. So the aviation industry runs very strongly under CASA regulation. It's very regulated with CASA.
Yeah.
But a lot of that tends to be around aircraft falling out of the sky,
Yes.
right? The risk to the public, the risk to the integrity of the aircraft. A lot of it doesn't then necessarily, for instance, fatigue is a major issue for cabin crew. And we know that it has long implications on work health and safety, and certainly health of people when your circadian rhythms are constantly disrupted. We know that shift workers suffer from other illnesses. So we know that that's a fact, and yet CASA have no regulations for cabin crew for fatigue. They have 48.1, which covers flight crew, pilots. They have nothing for cabin crew, and we've been in discussions, I think, for more than 15 years, trying to get the same kind of requirements around cabin crew, because fatigue is a real risk. Now, it's one of those things this shows it sits in the middle. Is it a work health safety issue? Should it be under Safe Work? Because it's affecting their health and safety going forward. It isn't, because it sits under CASA, under these fatigue risk management schedules. So here's a perfect example. So we will go to Safe Work about something that's CASA related, and go to CASA about something that's Safe Work related, and we get the runaround.
So
It's
what
over
happens
here.
to, in state work health and safety law, you're also responsible for people who aren't workers who come onto your workplace. I mean, obviously passengers can get injured and do get injured in flight. Is that covered under what work health and safety system would pick up on that? How is
Good
that?
question. The reports we raised, and that's another issue we've raised about getting reports. For instance, one of the airlines just it doesn't give security reports. One of the things we're pushing for in all of our committees is detailed reporting about the kind of offending. We know that the violence on board aircraft incidents on board aircraft are escalating. That's not a secret. I think the Federal Police put out a document, I think last year, saying that there was an increase in reporting of incidents at airports. So we know that that's increasing. We find that it's really hard. In fact, for one of the major airlines, we just had to issue, I'm not sure if we issued a PIN or we went for assistance of the regulator. They were taking off all details of the reports. So there was no date, no aircraft, no destination. So you're just getting a report, someone punched a flight attendant in the head. Great, or where? What were the information that we needed around it to talk about whether this was something that's ongoing? Is it a problem moving forward? Do we need more information about it? Is it, alcohol related? Is it, destination related? The kind of people that are going to those places, like what do we know? And we actually had to get the regulator in to try and get the dates put on, so at least we had a rough idea of when these things were occurring. So even getting that information seems to be, we want to hold that information. We don't want to tell you that data. And again, is it reputational damage? I'm not sure. But you need the HSRs to be able to do their job effectively. They actually need to know where these incidents are occurring and more information. If I go to Jetstar, they sort of give this truncated sort of, here's the safety reports. And it's very, sanitised. It's not a version of actually reading the reports of what's happened. And they use privacy quite often, saying, well, if we identify this, you'll know what flight attendant it was. And that sort of seems to be their way of getting out of actually sharing some of the information that's really important. And the only reason the PCBU would be holding it back would be reputational damage, I would imagine.
And sometimes the PCBU speaks about reporting and say that we're in line with what our quotas are for reporting. But the question that we would put to the PCBU is, well, what are you doing with those reports? Have you implemented any change? And when we ask that question, or the HSRs ask that question, they're put on notice, as if to say, we'll get back to you, and it just keeps going on and on.
How does it work practically? Well, so you're on a flight.
Yep.
Is there a HSR on every flight?
No. So it's a workforce. If you look at there's about 3,500 international crew. There's about the equivalent in domestic. That's just at Qantas. That's not looking at any other work group. Then you've got Jetstar. Then you've got all of the other little airlines. And I think at Qantas we have 24 for 3,500. And that's in all that's the combined of all three bases. So no, there is no way that you
a very high percentile of flights just don't have
no
HSRs
at all. No, and of course getting into the workplace, because unlike a factory floor, they're in their sign-on area for 15 minutes. Right, so you come in, you do a quick briefing, and then you go. So we've even talked about having HSRs in the bases, like come and sit in the bases for days, so that at least they get coverage of all workers that go through that base. They'll actually get to speak to. But I mean, that's very hard to push with the PCBUs to give them those times off, and that's another thing. Unlike a lot of other workers, I have to agree with the previous witness for the TWU. How in our workplace is 45,000 feet in the air. There are no emails, there are no places to sit and do work. So every bit of work they do, the risk assessments and the amount of consultation they do is all done in their own time. They have to give up days off, and we have been arguing that for a long time.
But you're a fairly heavily unionised workforce, right? So if you have one of your delegates or people ask for a HSR, and what happens?
Good question. They will email the HSR, and the HSR will get back to them, but normally in their own time, because they can't answer an email while they're in the aircraft.
If you're on a flight, we're going to wherever, Singapore, we want a HSR for this leg. Like, isn't that covered under the legislation?
It's not possible.
Right.
We would have to have. I couldn't even imagine how we'd have to have an HSR on every aircraft. We couldn't possibly probably do.
You'd have to then have someone on standby in case the HSR is sick and couldn't.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
It would be an additional workforce, to be honest, to try and even do it like that. But again, like the HSRs do answer a lot of the emails. People do go to the HSRs. They come to the union. We will represent them if they were to call on the emergency phone. We would do that after hours at all times, and we do that with safety stuff. We do that, but we're not. I'm the representative, but I'm not a HSR.
Yeah, and it's such unique environment that HSO, so we can't have one on each flight, and also that lack of communication. I mean, you can't, when you're 35,000 feet in the air, do a stop work. You know, it's just not feasible.
Could I ask a few more questions just around what seems like a very opaque situation? You say in your submission that often the PCVU will say, well, this is commercially sensitive or it's operational information. So when you're trying to get things like, you know, fatigue reports and trend analyses, risk assessments, safety management outputs, etc., standard things, you're unable to get that. What do you do in those circumstances? Does a regulator help?
Sometimes, but again, I think one of our major submissions has been this idea that some sectors, and I'm not going to say that it's only aviation, because I'm sure that, you know, the people that work in hospitals or people that work in other industries where there's just particular processes and ways of doing work would do things in a particular way. But for us, having inspectors that are specialists in aviation would really help with that, because they'd understand. So, you know, when they go into a meeting with, say, let's just say Qantas, and there'll be 10 Qantas people there all giving them their story, it sounds very plausible. It sounds very reasonable and very plausible. But without that knowledge of, well, hold on, that doesn't happen like that because of X, Y, Z, it makes it hard for the inspectors to actually get a really good understanding of what the issue is in the first place, if that makes sense. So, for instance, we do all of our risk assessments for Qantas using a document called the QRAG, the Qantas Risk Assessment Guide. Now, to get anything that's higher than a low-level risk, literally there needs to be a chalk outline, with the greatest of respect. It is a really hard document to identify risks, if that makes sense, because unless it's the integrity of the aircraft coming down, it's really hard to measure risks, if that makes sense. So, for instance, we changed a procedure for the delivery of the economy class service. We're getting 20, 30 reports a month of injuries now. They're starting to, and only now are we starting to say, we need that. But when you do the risk assessment for it, the things are raised, all these things that will be injuries are raised, but because they don't strike enough on the, you know, the matrix of the risk assessment guide, they don't. Should the regulator say this is the acceptable guide that everyone will use? Probably. That would be a better way of doing it, I would think, that this is a risk assessment guide and it doesn't matter what you're doing, you've got to follow that, rather than allowing industries to put their own risk assessment guide together, which sort of waters down any kind of injury that a worker would have. But I hope I answered your question.
Another example would be there was an aircraft brought on by Jetstar, the A320neo, and they put in an extra row of seats, so the actual emergency handle was behind the bulkhead, and I've seen it firsthand. I haven't got giant hands, but believe you me, it was a very tight squeeze. So if you had an emergency situation, the cabin crew member's arm is probably going to be broken, and he or she will be pushed out of the aircraft, and that is not a good thing at all when it comes to a hazard. However, it was seen as a low risk because they're like, well, when are we going to use it? But that's the whole point of the cabin crew member. They're a safety professional and first responder, and you want to know when you get on an aircraft that if you have to evacuate, all those exits are going to be available to you in the proper way and set up correctly.
Just to clarify that particular handle, so in an emergency, when you are cracking a door, you would open the door. There are two handles that a cabin crew, next time you fly, you'll notice them, two handles on either side. That is for the cabin crew member to brace themselves and to stop anyone trying to push off the aircraft while the slide's inflating, because it's a long fall. So they are absolutely required pieces of equipment for cabin crew. In fact, if you cannot be a cabin crew member unless you have the wingspan or the arm span to be able to hold both of them and to brace yourself so you can push people back from trying to push past you. Now, after you do that, the motion is you swing back, you hold on to that handle, and you direct passengers off down the slide. That is the process. It's the procedure for every airline that I've ever had anything to do with in my 40 years of experience. You could not hold this handle because it was behind a bulkhead. You couldn't actually physically do it. And when we saw it, we raised it, and we said, how did this get through? And that was the response from there were other HSRs as well that said, oh, well, we're never going to use it, which was very frightening to us.
So the chair may not be aware, but I also have a degree in aviation, which is why I'm interested in aviation stuff, not just a pilot. But it's okay, Greg.
I know.
I'm a man of many talents, mate.
I wasn't aware of
It's all
all
good.
that.
How did that pass certification?
We asked CASA the exact same question, and it was our understanding that it passed the proving flights. I don't think anyone noticed it, to be quite blunt with you.
I appreciate it would have, like, the aircraft performance parameters would have passed certification. The cabin.
Yeah, but there was new, within the Civil Aviation Act and the MAWs and the regs, they've changed it now that it's the operator's responsibility to tell CASA if there is a significant change. We would have viewed that as a significant change. However, perhaps the operator did not report it. But that was changed, I think, in the last 5 years, if I'm correct.
And whilst I accept that, in terms of the operator themselves being required to identify that there has been a significant change to the aircraft and then report it to CASA, the onus then is on the operator to make the determination that it is a significant change, which is only going to cost them money. So there is a financial disincentive for the operator to make any declaration to CASA, regardless of whether there has been a significant change or not.
And this is where the training for the HSR specifically say in aviation, so they know how to recognise those things, and then they can report it to the operator and then perhaps to WorkSafe as well. This is this knowledge that's needed to recognise these things.
So progressing that idea a little bit further then, and knowing that aviation tends to operate on a system of no-fault investigation of an incident in order to make sure the learnings are progressed through industry, and that we get safer and safer and safer.
Just culture.
Yeah, exactly. Where the operator hasn't identified that there is an issue, the legislation says the operator is required to tell CASA everything. You've identified that there is an issue, and it would appear that there is an issue. What happened then? What was CASA's response? Did they investigate? Have they looked at? Have they provided any feedback?
It's ongoing. It's ongoing.
How long have the 320 Neos been in operation?
I would have to get the exact date, but
It's over 3 years, isn't it?
yeah,
It's over 3 years, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm conscious of time.
Yeah, no, I
Can
was going to
I-
say.
Sorry.
That's all right.
We're going to.
I just wanted to quickly touch on the point in the submission that some of the HSRs are subject to non-disclosure agreements.
Yes, we are. In fact, we're looking at that now. We're getting some legal advice about that, because the HSRs, so they do a lot of the consulting. So you're consulting, for instance, on new aircraft. You're consulting on new changes, and the airlines believe that they are commercially sensitive topics, and so then ask the HSRs to sign NDAs. Now the HSRs are then saying, well, how can I do my role where I need to go to the workers and talk to the workers about things if in fact I'm NDA'd and can't? And that is a major issue at the moment, where we are raising whether there should be specific things that are said. These are, this is commercially in confidence. This is a new way of serving food. Gosh, on roller skates or however they want to do it. This is a new thing we're going to do, and we don't want any of our competitors to know about that. Can we isolate that from the general things that would also be part of that consultation, where you would need to actually go and talk to your people about it? But it's actually a quite a hot topic with us at the moment, and with our HSRs, about should the airline be able to ask whether they sign NDAs on this stuff when you really do need to talk to your workers. That's your role, is to inform and get information back. You're really a conduit as a HSR between the workforce.
Thank you.
On that note, and I'm sorry that we've gone a bit over, but we did start a little bit later, but listen, we'll need to draw it to a close. But listen, thank you very much. It's been very helpful. The committee will receive Hansard in a day or two's time, and I'm sure after reading Hansard there probably will be some what are called supplementary questions. I think there might have been at least one question taken on notice. So once again, thank you for the very detailed submission and the very helpful oral evidence you provided today. Thank you very
If
much.
there's anything else we can help with, please.
That's,
Hester.
Thank
you.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll break now for lunch and return at 1:45. Commissioner, and thank you for coming along this afternoon. It's much appreciated. What we'll need to do is just get through the formality of having you sworn or affirmed before the hearing this afternoon. So if you'd be good enough just to state your name, your position, title and the organisation you represent, and swear either the oath or affirmation, the words of which you should have before you. So.
Thank you. James Sherrard, a New South Wales Building Commissioner. Take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. What we'd like to do, if you're agreeable, is first of all invite you, if you wish to do so, to make an opening statement if you've got a few words that you'd like to put to us, and then open up for questions. As I foreshadowed before we formally started, we're very interested to hear your thoughts and reflections about, in broad terms, the matter of workplace health and safety in building construction, to the extent of your past experience, but also in your current role. It's a matter that's figured quite on a recurrent basis in this inquiry, and we're really looking to speak to people who've got some experience who might be able to share some thoughts and ideas, and maybe even some recommendations or initiatives that may well be looked at the end of the inquiry, which we're now at. We'll be pulling together all the evidence and working up a report and final recommendations. So I'll leave it to you for an opening statement if you've got one to make.
I have no opening statement. I'm happy to go straight to questions.
Well, thank you very much. Well, would someone like to kick off the questioning?
I'm happy to start if you'd like.
Yeah, Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in today. Obviously, the construction industry in New South Wales is one that is very vibrant, and I guess in terms of vibrancy, when you have an industry that's doing a lot of work, particularly in metropolitan areas, there's a lot of transport projects, there's a lot of building projects. Health and safety is a major concern. In terms of your role, do you provide guidance and feedback to contractors, to the government, in terms of work health and safety and what improvements may be needed? Or do you have the opportunity to look at matters that are perhaps being constructed at the moment and provide feedback directly to industry, and not requiring, I guess, a legislative or regulatory change?
Thank you. So we predominantly look after maintaining the standards of construction within the Building Commission, and Safe Work predominantly looks after the safety side. That being said, we work very closely with Safe Work, and there's a lot of matters that do cross over. So most of our work in relation to this is regulatory, but a lot is from the education side as well. So the Home Building Act, one of our primary acts, determines specialist building work, particularly around apprentice supervision and the like, where we do see these incidents as more prevalent. Requirements of supervision, and those requirements don't seem to be well understood in the residential area that I work in. So we have produced some documentation in relation to supervision requirements. These are the requirements from the Act and the subsequent regulations. However, given their lack of clarification, we've produced documentation to industry to help better explain what those requirements are, what supervision standards are, and they do vary dependent upon experience, type and nature of work and the like. We also, obviously, being the regulator for the area, where we see breaches to that, we issue penalty notices, and we publish those penalties on the public record.
So in terms of your role, if you were to, or your team indeed, conduct an inspection of a site and identify that there were a number of failings, is it the case that you might, in the first instance, provide additional education and feedback to the contractor, or is it that you'll seek to enforce by penalty and then progress from there? How do you determine what's appropriate at what level?
Yeah, so it's somewhat subjective on the ground. However, if it's a safety-related matter, we would tend to mandate a penalty notice or a written direction notice to correct an action. This is within the Class 1 or the standard residential bungalow setting. Class 2, the apartment building, we would issue the penalty notice. It seems to be, it's more a sophisticated and better organised, they should know better sort of approach, if you like.
Yes.
We do try and be educative where we see people trying hard, working hard, but misunderstanding when it comes to the type of quality related issue. But again, when it's safety issues, when it's related to supervision of apprentices or young people, particularly in the high risk trades, we would issue a penalty notice on those instances almost always.
Okay. And when you say high risk trades, are you talking about, for example, electrical or working with heights or those sorts of?
Yeah, so the specialised trades include plumbing, gas fitting, medical gas and electrical, along with some refrigeration type works.
Right. And obviously you would be recording data, I imagine, in terms of infringements and penalty notices that are issued by your team. Where you see a pattern of failures or a pattern of either a contractor or a industry that is perhaps not doing the right thing, do you then provide advice to the minister and seek perhaps a stronger legislative arrangement in terms of what penalties you can provide or what enforcements you can operate with to try and bring it under control? Or is that effectively the government's job and you're not that, it's not your role to provide that view to the government?
We certainly do give that position. So, for example, we are advocating at the moment for compulsory professional development. That is something that doesn't require a legislative change, I beg your pardon, but a regulatory adoption. So that is something in the instance of multiple incidences of repeat issues around plumbing. We are working with master plumbers, unions and other representative bodies about introducing compulsory professional development or a course of training for plumbers. That would be something that I would be interested in extending to other trades post this sort of pilot process, but government is supportive of that approach that we're taking.
Okay, and in terms of something like professional development training for the contractors, would that be for everybody on site, or would it just be for the owner/supervisor of the organisation? What's how far do you imagine something like a structural change?
Anybody
like
with
this?
a licence.
Anybody with a licence.
Anybody with a licence. So all the trades. There is already, for the professional services, if you like, around engineering and the like, certifiers, there is already continuing professional development, or there are associations that represent them have very good programs of continuing professional development. And to your earlier point, we don't necessarily see continued repeat concern areas, but where we do see those concern areas, yes, we would like to move forward. There is not a continuing professional development for somebody post completing their trade certificate. They may go the rest of their life without
ever going
any
back to the
further
classroom.
education in relation to updates of various matters.
And would you envisage that professional development training would include refreshers on the requirements in the work health and safety space, as well as, I guess, the technical knowledge around issues like plumbing?
Yes, absolutely. I would, very broad, because if you take something like bricklaying, the bricklayers who's been doing this for 20 years says there's not much technical advancement that they might get from continuing professional development. However, from ancillary new regulations, they need to comply with work health safety related issues, technological updates that may apply, planning portal related issues, those sort of things. There's a diverse range of education that could be afforded that would advantage the entire industry.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to throw anything at 'em?
So I wanted to ask, so how many inspectors
go.
do you have in your organisation?
Around about 140.
Right, and so in terms of do you find that there's much crossover between Safe Work construction team and your team in terms of being on the same site at the same time?
We have recently reached out to Safe Work and done some inspections together. We would seldom bump into each other, but where we notice a matter or our inspectorate notices a matter on a site which we consider a safety breach, we would report that matter to Safe Work for their investigation.
Right. So if you come across, say, poor wiring in a building, presents safety hazard, ongoing safety hazard potentially, but an immediate safety hazard to the workers, like how does that get dealt with?
We could stop the work on the site.
Yep.
If we were concerned about an immediate risk to the site, we would do.
Yep.
We would contact Safe Work around that ongoing, but we would deal with the practitioner or the electrician in this particular case around their failure to comply with the requisite standard.
Right. Okay. So we heard earlier evidence from Ian and Justine Fryer, who tragically lost their son to a workplace incident. Basically, it was a case of taking shortcuts, remove the safety pins from a bucket on an excavator, I think it was, and I'm familiar also with the Casanidi case where the scaffolders had removed the ties. Again, cutting corners. There's a sort of cultural question, isn't there, in the building industry around cutting corners. That's kind of led to the establishment of your organisation, cutting corners in terms of building standards, cutting corners in terms of safety. It's all about trying to minimise costs and save money. What's the strategy for dealing with that broader cultural question in the industry?
Yes, so we've got a significant program of education, is our primary tool for trying to uplift the quality of the work. Obviously, we regulate and give information to industry at a range of different forums, trying to lift the quality of the work that is being undertaken. And yes, tragically, in the case of the Fryers and the Casanidis, we have workplace deaths that should be avoidable.
I suppose the point that I'm making is they're symptomatic of the same mindset. So there's the safety corner cutting, and then there's the actual corner cutting in terms of building quality. They both arise from the same kind of impetus, which is, a cost-cutting mindset. Is there a strategy? I suppose both regulators could potentially collaborate on a strategy around that broader cultural question in the industry. And my question to you is that happening? What would that look like?
We do collaborate closely with Safe Work on many occasions, and other regulators within the industry, and also other parts of industry. I think a lot of what the Building Commission is doing is trying to uplift, and part of that comes to that cultural shift that you're talking about. I think that's also a consumer and a general public responsibility in some ways, that we lift the belief in the construction industry. So it's not an industry where we say, oh, if the person's not able to work out here, we'll put them into the construction industry. We're setting a mindset in our psychology socially that is an area that is less important. If we change that rhetoric from an early age in the manner in which we communicate through schools, through parenting, through general contribution from organisations like ourselves, then hopefully over time we can lift the quality of the work and the quality of the culture.
Do you think, like dealing with the two dimensions, the quality and the safety in separate organisations, do you see any problems with that? Is there an argument just to say those functions should be combined in a single entity?
I was going to say, just as a follow-up, can I just elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure.
Because there's a point I was just thinking about. So just so we're clear in jurisdictional terms, you guys basically cover all the licensed trades, right? Is that right? So,
Yes.
And then Safe Work is responsible for safe at work.
Yes, across more than just the construction industry.
Yeah.
We work purely within the residential area of the construction sector.
So further to my colleague's question, is there a little bit of confusion over jurisdictional remit and perhaps duplication and people not knowing who's doing what? Is there another way of asking the same question might be, is there an analogous jurisdiction which just is a one-stop shop for safety at work, full stop, licensing, the whole kit and caboodle?
I think safety across all the industries that Safe Work governs is a very broad remit. We have a very focused responsibility of the Building Commission of uplifting the quality of construction in the residential sector. Yes, it overlaps with some Safe Work elements. I don't think we can go too hard on safety within the workplace, particularly in the construction sector. I certainly think there's plenty for us to do in our area without crossover. We don't see it as a problem. The question of amalgamation would be one for government, not for myself.
Can I just further to that, are you aware of how the and I'm not asking this in a rhetorical sense because I don't think I'd be as well versed as you, but the Queensland regime, for example, or the Victoria regime where you have a building regulator, can you just outline us the differences?
Yes, I'm familiar with both the Queensland and Victorian construction regulators. I met with them at the back end of last year and we're meeting again in August. And we discuss a range of approaches to improving the quality. There are nuanced differences to the charter of each of the three regulators, but generally we align, we generally oversee licensing, complaints, dispute resolution and quality of construction. In Queensland they use their role in overseeing licences to extend beyond the residential sector, but in kind we do that to a certain extent. Medical gas, for example, is typically outside of the residential use, not exclusively, but typically within a hospital environment or a medical centre.
Yeah.
Yet we would regulate that. So there is some crossover. Victoria is a newer model. They are complementary to the manner in which we run our work. I don't know the full extent of their remit.
Okay. And is there any way, just before I hand over to my colleague, is there any objective way of measuring the success of the different jurisdictions based on comparable data?
I think you could look at things like number of prosecutions. You could look at number of inspections, penalty notices issued. These are all metrics that are measurable. Whether or not you could compare, you may have a different approach being directed in different jurisdictions that might be more educative over regulatory, for example. You might have the reverse. You may see an area of responsibility that is being disregarded, and you might focus on that particular area for a period of time.
Thanks.
Have a go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask, you said before about how the Building Commission is responsible really just for the residential work. How does that come into play with something like the Ausgrid substation in Roselle Parklands that we had a issue with in February? The
Yes.
Building Commissioner was involved there. How
Yes.
does that...
There are some anomalies, like
Okay.
I said, with the medical gas, and under certain acts, we do have some responsibilities in relation to the installation of some facilities. And that particular facility, which was the substation, which is powering the Western Harbour Tunnel, fell into that small area of responsibility.
Okay. In that case, we had the union people were raising issues about the safety of the substation. I understand Ausgrid was unable to really do much because it's got no sort of regulatory powers, obviously. It had Acciona was the contractor who we understood had refused access to work health and safety permit holders to inspect. Safe Work didn't issue a PIN. When we asked questions about this on notice, and in question time, we were told that the Building Commissioner and Safe Work were both involved, but that Safe Work had no powers to close the site. Did the Building Commission have the power to shut that site while it was a risk?
I'd have to take that on notice as to whether or not we had powers to shut that facility down.
Mm-hmm.
That substation, I think, had been running for about 6 years. I think it was constructed, you're right, by Acciona for the purpose of the Western Harbour Tunnel. And yes, that breaches in safety and setup were identified by, I'm not sure which party, I'll take your word that it was the unions. We were called and attended a session maybe that evening. I personally attended, I think it was probably that evening, it might have been 48 hours later, where a rectification plan was put to ourselves and to Ausgrid and to certainly to those parties, but it was a decision for Ausgrid, at my understanding at that session, whether or not that plan was going to be acceptable to them.
Is there, I guess, other examples of where that overlap doesn't work quite well and perhaps we need some sort of regulatory change, or is there anything where you feel that sometimes, given this kind of balance between Safe Work and the Building Commissioner on some projects, that perhaps some things are falling through the gaps?
I don't see anything falling through the gaps. I think there may be occasion where we both focus on safety. If we go to a site and we see the site in a untidy or an unsafe looking set, it's really generally comparably able to be assessed that there'll be quality problems on that type of site as well. So there is a commonality that we see between unsafe sites and poor quality of construction, certainly. The fact that we would both view that site maybe from a different lens or through a different regulatory position, I think is helpful, allows for that specialist requirement and the focus areas.
We heard in earlier evidence on in an earlier hearing in this inquiry about the difference in accountability for electrical licence holders in New South Wales versus other places like Queensland. We had Mr. Neil Roberts give this evidence. He said, We're actually on common ground with the ETU on this one. We've been writing to the Minister for WHS and the other relevant ministers about why we see that as a priority. I've outlined in the submission the stark difference between enforcement in Queensland and New South Wales. You can see accountability for licence holders in Queensland. It's very hard to see that in the number of disciplinaries for New South Wales. The Honourable Anthony D'Adam asked, licence cancellation isn't in the suite of remedies that Safe Work can pursue, is it? To which Mr Roberts said, not for electrical licences. They can do high-risk work licences, but not electrical licences. All they can do is refer it to the Building Commission, and then the Building Commission has a look at that and then has to decide whether that fits into the threshold of misconduct under their own act. He went on to say that that's one of the problems of the flow of data. Safe Work only referred 112 matters to the Building Commission over a 3-year period for everything, and over a much shorter period, Queensland had effectively suspended, fined or retrained 100 licence holders in electrical alone. So basically pointing out that the numbers are very different in Queensland and New South Wales. What do you put that down to? Is that a failure of Safe Work?
No, I put it down to the number of inspectors that they have and the broader remit that they have in both Queensland and in Victoria. So they have a broader remit electrically, and my numbers might not be precisely correct here, but I believe they have around 49 or 50 inspectors, and they inspect right across all electrical infrastructure, commercial, residential, so civic infrastructure. We at the Building Commission have around 9 inspectors, but we just do the residential.
Right. So you think, so the numbers really are about the scope of responsibility that the Building Commissioner has in Queensland versus...
Right, they have a significantly larger scope that they're responsible for, and they have more inspectors to oversee that broader scope.
So even accounting for, if we were to just look at the residential figures versus New South Wales, is there a case for us still not taking as much action? Is there a need for more inspectors from the Building Commission?
I don't know about the comparable numbers, but it's a good question for you to ask the regulators in August if they've got that data. We don't see it as a significant problem. We would always like more inspectors.
Thank you.
Can I return to the point made earlier through the questioning, I think, from Mr. Honourable Anthony Adam about the issue of supervision and tying that into particularly apprentices. And I think you commented on it as well a little bit earlier to another question. Is it your assessment that with respect to the supervision of apprentices in the residential housing part of the building construction industry, that there are some serious shortcomings about the quality of the supervision provided to apprentices? In other words, I'm trying to sort of gather an assessment from you about whether it's a matter you're picking up on a regular basis and it's manifesting as you do this to identify quite a large issue, or it's more on an ad hoc basis and there's a need for improvement, but it's not a major issue.
I think the question of supervision is a significant issue. I think it's largely misunderstood by the industry. I think the specifics around what immediate supervision is compared with casual supervision and some of the other terminology within the Acts are, and therefore I think things like our supervision practice standard for apprentices in the electrical industry is a very helpful guide. We have the statement of regulatory intent for supervision of plumbing apprentices. Again, it gives a good interpretation or a working interpretation of the Act and the regulation to make it more digestible or understandable to the industry. And I think a lot of our workforce engagement discussions are very helpful. So we would have many engagement sessions with industry, both through our inspectorate, through our investigators, through myself and others in the leadership team, and regular engagement. We talk to industry about what we're seeing, what the concerns that we're seeing are. We provide some education programs for some of the key defect areas and the like. But in this type of area, education goes a long way when we see people not supervising correctly but not understanding the rules. So we last year were speaking to a number of industry personnel who felt that the new rules, as they called them, in relation to supervision made it difficult for them to engage on the correct ratio. We pointed out that those rules are from 2011. They're not new, they're just not known.
Right. Yeah. And in terms of lifting all the boats, the tide rises, and I guess re-establishing hopefully an understanding of a regulation that goes back some years, how is that best achieved? Is it best achieved through this ongoing work that you're doing and just to try and look for more opportunities to do that? That's the really best way of approaching this?
I think it's one pathway. I would say the supervision standards that are now outlined and better explained for electrical and for plumbing, they, through continuing professional development and mandating some of these courses, would be a useful step forward. I also think that could be extended to other trades, because your apprentices obviously are across all the trades. So giving greater level of usability to the understanding of what's required through continuing professional development, through some of this industry engagement that we do. We also send out newsletters and other direct marketing material related to key issues that we see, and we try and raise this type of issue where we see it reoccurring.
No, that's very helpful. Are there any other final questions to the Commissioner?
Is there anything you would like us to recommend coming out of this in terms of legislative improvements, code of practice improvements, anything like that?
Well, I think the penalties for failing to comply with some of the regulations have not been updated in 20 years. So they don't serve as an effective disincentive. So that is a matter that we'd be keen to address.
Okay, that's good feedback, thanks.
Well, on that note, can we thank you very much, Commissioner? I know you're a very busy man with lots of responsibility, but I do appreciate carving out the time and coming along this afternoon to provide us with the opportunity to explore a number of issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we move into afternoon tea. Is that
Yeah, this is very genteel.
This is
It's a leisurely.
this is yes, indeed.
pace
Okay,
today.
so and then we've got our last two groups.
So
in transit back to their seats. So they shouldn't be too long, but we might get through the formalities, and that will enable us to get started. So first of all, thanks very much for coming along today. I know you're very busy, and appreciate carving out some time for us for what is the final day of our inquiry, which is looking...
he says it's the last day, but I'm not sure.
Really is, into the New South Wales Work Health and Safety Scheme. Now, we just need to get you, if you could please, to just your full name, your position title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, and you should have the words there in front of you. So I'll let you get underway.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Mary Noy. I'm the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Staff Wellbeing with the Department of Education. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, the next thing we want to do is ask if you'd like to do so, if you want to make an opening statement, and you're welcome to do so. Following that, if it's agreeable to you, we'll share the questions around. There's members from the government, opposition and crossbench, and we've got some questions, no doubt, that we'd like to pose to you. But would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you,
Please,
Chair.
please proceed.
So good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on the homelands of the Gadigal people and pay my respects to elders past and present. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to a review of the Work Health and Safety Scheme. I acknowledge the significance of this review, particularly as it follows the establishment of Safe Work New South Wales as a standalone regulator and the appointment of the Independent Commissioner. These reforms represent an important evolution in the work health safety landscape and provide a valuable opportunity to reflect on how the scheme is operating and where further improvements can be made. The New South Wales Department of Education is committed to ensuring safe, healthy and supportive working and learning environments for staff, students and the broader school community. Our approach to work health safety is founded on prevention, continuous improvement and effective risk management. Through systematic hazard identification, risk assessment and the implementation of appropriate controls, we seek to minimise risks and foster a culture of safety across all our workplaces and educational settings. I note the committee is focusing on two areas in the inquiry: the role of health and safety representatives and workplace health and safety training, education and support for apprentices. Both are fundamental to enhancing safety, healthy and productive workplaces. I note that my colleagues Jeremy Carruthers and Amanda Lawrence appeared before you in March to discuss their role in overseeing apprentices and traineeships, so I would not speak specifically to that. The Department of Education recognises effective consultation is fundamental to a strong safety culture. The Department has invested in systems and processes that support consultation with employees and their representatives, including HSR training, local consultation arrangements, workplace safety committees, and mechanisms for escalating and resolving safety issues. We continue to work closely with staff, unions and other stakeholders to strengthen these arrangements and ensure they remain effective and responsive to emerging workplace risks. We work with our staff to tailor our approach to consultation, whether their workplace is a school or an educational support setting. What is needed and wanted in one context may differ in another context. To support this, we are able to draw on a selection, or in some circumstances, a combination of all available mechanisms for consultation, including HSRs, work health and safety committees, and other arrangements, such as staff meetings, newsletters, principal network meetings, safety alerts, email updates, and the department's risk management processes to ensure all staff can raise and be consulted on controls and address hazards in their workplace. The health, safety and wellbeing of all staff remain at the centre of our efforts. I look forward to assisting the committee and sharing our experiences and observations of these important matters specific to the Department of Education. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Noy. That's great. That's a very, very helpful opening statement, which I think sets a nice platform for us to ask you some questions. So, would someone like to start? Abigail Boyd.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming and I guess rounding out the Department of Education's evidence for the inquiry. We were really shocked when we had the Teachers Fed in here in March at our hearing. They were saying that fewer than 7% of Department of Education work sites have an elected health and safety representative. How can that be?
Yeah, so as I said in my opening statement, all schools and workplaces determine the consultation arrangements that best suit their workplace, so depending on their size, the risks, the makeup, and workers can elect whether it be a HSR or work or safety arrangements and run through that process. So our Department of Work Health Safety consultation and issue resolution procedures talk to those different arrangements and provide guidance to all workers on what is available. We certainly have invested heavily, for example, in our work health safety advisors on the ground, and I think I've mentioned this before at budget estimates. And their role is to support schools in identifying risks and hazards, and one of their roles is to support schools with their consultation arrangements and ensuring that workers understand what options are available to them to suit that workplace.
So what has the department done to actively encourage more HSRs?
Yeah, so outside the procedures and communication of that, and on our intranet we have a raft of resources and tools. We've included a safety snippet around what HSR's role is and what they can do. And as I mentioned, our work health safety advisors are on the ground. So one of the services they offer is a proactive service delivery. And they've in fact been out to 1,200 schools around consultation arrangements in a proactive manner. So often we get called into schools maybe if a work health safety issues have risen, but what we have asked them to do is proactively go into schools and workplaces and work with those schools generally.
Does the department have a funding formula or a dedicated allocation for HSR release time?
So when it comes to HSR training, for example, our directorate will cover the costs of the training itself and the 5-day release time for the HSR to partake in that training.
So hang on, so that's the 5-day training entitlement under
Correct.
Section 72. So how does the principal currently fund the release of an HSR to perform their functions under Section 68?
Yeah, so our principal, is my understanding, and I obviously don't look after the funding for schools, has a bucket of money that they are able to use as they see best fit for their operations at their school. And we would encourage, and certainly our guidance is that principals or workplace managers should avail time in work time for HSRs to fulfil their obligations and role as a HSR.
But the department doesn't have a dedicated release time?
Not specific to HSRs, principals or workplace managers, I guess, look at that funding envelope they have and how they will allocate that release time across a number of functions and things like that.
How do you protect them from being pressured to, obviously they'll have 15 things to do in a day and, a capacity to do 7, and one of those 15 might be their HSR functions. Where's the incentive on the principal to actually carve out more time for the HSR? This is, I suppose the department's been called back to the inquiry because of this specific concern that it's not actually facilitating the proper operation of the Act and certainly not supporting HSRs to do their job. And the report is that people don't take on the job of HSR because they know they won't get the release time. And you're saying that the department doesn't actually, at a central level, doesn't give any guidance at all to school level leaders about how to facilitate HSR participation. Is that your evidence?
So no, we do give guidance in our procedures around the expectations of workplace managers and principals to provide the appropriate time a HSR requires to do their role. We also...
what do you assess that to be? Like how many hours?
Well, that will depend. Well, it will depend on the workplace, the risks, the size and the issues. Some workplaces have greater number of work health safety risks and matters to be dealt with than others. So what we do encourage the HSR to work with the principals, and my experience is principals will negotiate with a HSR on what may be needed and avail release time if required. We just don't stipulate a specific time on that because it is really, depending on the nature of that workplace and the risk present and what that HSR requires to do or fulfil their obligations. If there was an issue raised at sort of that level to the work health safety advisor, for example, we would encourage, well, the work health safety advisor would work with the principal, and if we couldn't resolve that issue, i.e. HSR was seeking some time to do X, Y, Z, then we would raise it to their DEL to ask them to step in sort of from an issue resolution point of view to make sure that HSR is afforded the time needed to do
But the
their role.
department, the department is the PCBU though. Like earlier you said that you'd
Yes.
leave it at the discretion of the principal, or the principal would be the one making the call, but the department's the PCBU.
Yes, that's correct, but the principal or workplace manager would work directly with that HSR to understand what their needs are. As I said earlier, we couldn't put, 1 hour or 10 hours, depends on what the risks present and issues are, and or the size, for example, of the workplace, and things like that would all come into the time needed to fulfil their functions.
But by not setting an indicative time, you're putting the onus back on the HSR to ask for the time rather than for the school leader to actually just allocate a time, and if they need more, give them more. Do you acknowledge you're placing a barrier to participation by putting that onus back on the worker who's trying to do a representative job?
Look, in my experience, principals value not only HSRs but work health safety committees in their schools to help them manage, the complexity of managing a school. I haven't had any issues raised direct to me, in my role as Executive at Health Safety Staff Wellbeing around principals not enabling appropriate time for a HSR or a work health safety committee.
What is your explanation then for the low take-up of HSRs in education? Why is there so few HSRs in the system?
Yeah, look, I guess I don't necessarily know. We certainly promote through our consultation arrangements, procedures, through engagement on the ground, all forms available, whether it be Work Health Safety Committee, HSRs or other arrangements. And we do see, a range of those arrangements and or a combination of those. So I actually can't provide sort of any other.
But do you agree that HSRs are a key part of our work health and safety system?
Absolutely.
Right. So given that they are a key part of the work health and safety system and keeping workplaces safe, if I was in your position looking at a 7% take up, I would be trying to do something to try and increase that. So it's one thing to say you don't know, but like what investigations have you done and what processes are you going to put in place so that we have HSRs?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. As I mentioned earlier, we've had our work health safety advisors, as the number of them have grown, it's enabled us to be out on the ground in schools more often, promoting all available options available, and they've got a training package they can deliver to schools, which often schools will opt into. The other thing we are doing is working closely with the Teachers Federation on our collateral, for want of a better word, our procedures, our guidance, our intranet, our training, to see where we can make enhancements to encourage the full use of the spectrum of options available for work health safety consultation arrangements. So we had a workshop with the Teachers Federation in late May, and we've worked through everything to go see where they think there are opportunities that we can enhance to drive.
Can I ask just one question and then I'll hand over? Sorry, just one more question. The Federation also alleged that the department, quote, more or less arbitrarily determined that each school would be a work group, end quote, rather than negotiating work group arrangements as under Section 52 of the Act. On what basis was that one school, one work group default decided?
Yeah, look, I'm not, having only been with the department for 18 months, not aware of the history. There was a IRC matter in late 2024 that did, in a particular school, support the one work group, but our guidance material does talk to negotiating work groups, and we meet regularly with the Teachers Federation. They have raised that as an issue. So as part of that workshop and our commitment to improving our collateral around this, we have agreed, well, we're working with them on how we can improve, I guess, how it's implemented on the ground. The procedures clearly articulate you need to negotiate your work groups, but we want to, enhance how that is implemented on the ground. So we're definitely aware of their concerns and working with them to try and address that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Acknowledging the questioning you've already had in relation to previous hearings where these matters have been raised, Do you agree that the Teachers Fed believes that the current number of HSRs within the education system is too low?
Look, I guess what I would say is that each school or workplace determines their work health safety consultation arrangements depending on a myriad of factors, scale, size, work health safety risks. So
perhaps I'll rephrase the question. Not that I'm suggesting there are too few. I'm suggesting that the evidence from the Teachers Federation was that there was not enough HSRs. Do you accept that that's their evidence and that's their belief?
Look, I accept that's their evidence.
Right.
I would say, you know, we've got a good distribution across the state of HSRs.
Yep.
So it's, you know, and we have work health safety consultation committees in schools and that as well. So it's really hard to sort of, you know, make a statement on that.
So in terms of where there's a differential between your view of the matters and the view that the Teachers Fed currently has the Minister tasked the department to ensure that there are more HSRs in the education system?
Look, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so it would seem to me then that the Minister herself hasn't prioritised the increase in HSRs in the education department. Would that hasn't been a priority that the Minister has indicated is something that she wants addressed immediately?
I don't think that's a fair assertion. Obviously, you know, we are working within the legislative framework we work within, which enables all sites or all workplaces to determine their arrangements. You know, it would be remiss of me to go in and tell a work site or workplace the arrangements they need to put in place because the workers need to decide.
And I'm not suggesting that that's your role. Yeah. I'm suggesting that the Minister has not provided direction to the department in order for an increase to HSRs to be rolled out. And in those circumstances, one can surmise that the Minister hasn't prioritised an increase in HSRs in the education system. Would that be a fair assumption?
I don't think that's a fair assumption. I mean, our role is to
she has,
implement
and it just hasn't happened then?
It's a political assumption, I think.
I think just let...
maybe. It could be.
No, well, you're asking a line of questioning, which is interesting, but I think the witness must be provided with a courtesy to ask.
I understand, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, look, from my perspective, our role is to implement the legislation as is. The legislation enables workplaces to choose whatever consultation arrangement workers choose in that setting. And our guidance and our procedures and supports around that support that intent of that legislation. If the government of the day chooses to amend that, then we would obviously work within whatever those requirements are.
But whilst I accept that you are working within the legislative frameworks that exist, and those are your left and right of arc, in effect, to what you, the scope with which you can operate. The government of the day also can provide direction to the department on the priorities that they have. And if it was the Minister's priority to have more HSRs in the education department, I'm sure that there would be a stronger focus by the department on this.
Okay, so, can I just say, I think that's loaded with assumption.
Of course it is.
It's really a statement.
It was a statement.
But please. And I don't think that's really fair. You've asked the witness the position with respect to the Minister. I think there's been a pretty clear response. I think, unless you've got something additional to add on this point, it's probably worth moving on.
I'm done, Chair. I'm good. Thank you.
So, thank you. On the matter of the forms of consultation that can take place at the school level, I mean, obviously we have those that have the HSRs. Now, with the work, health and safety committees, that's another structure that does exist in some schools.
Correct.
Now, what are our other frameworks that operate inside this? Just so we understand the universe of what are the possibilities to deal with work, health and safety.
Yeah, so as I said in my opening statement, what we do see in our schools and workplaces is either HSRs, work health safety consultation arrangements, or other agreed arrangements such as team meetings, newsletters, safety snippets, or we actually see a combination of those. Like, so for example, in my directorate, we've got both HSRs and other arrangements in which we communicate and discuss work health safety issues and risks. So they're not isolated to just one of those options, they can choose. And we do see, for example, some schools with a work health safety committee and a HSR rep on that committee.
But, I mean, if you take, for example, a school in a particular suburb and through the work that you do, there's, you establish that there's effectively no structure operating at this school that deals with work health and safety. I mean, I would imagine you would see that there's a gap there. Is there proactive activity to go and essentially discover why there is an absence of any activity, and then through that see what you can do to encourage the development of something, be it a HSR or a committee or...
Yeah, look, I mean, there shouldn't be a gap because we do require all schools and workplaces to have consultation arrangements in place. What that looks like is depending on those sites.
And sorry to interrupt, is that general consultation or consultation with respect to workplace health and safety?
With respect to work health and safety, sorry.
So that's essentially a mandated position that all schools should have?
Yes. So our work health safety consultation procedures and issue resolution guidelines require schools to have that. There's a couple of mechanisms in which we would sort of verify or check whether they are in place. First and foremost, our work health safety advisors on the ground when they're visiting schools will make sure, for example, their staff notice board is updated and their consultation arrangements are in place. They will engage with the workplace leader, principal around what that looks like. We also require schools annually to do a self-assessment of a myriad of work health safety factors, and the work health safety advisor works alongside them to run through that, and part of that is looking at the consultation arrangements. Are they in place? Are they understood? And are they followed? And schools also go through a audit schedule through our audit and risk division, and in that the school's assurance audit, they do cover off a myriad of work health safety aspects, including other consultation arrangements in place. So we would pick up by one of those mechanisms if those arrangements are not established, first and foremost, and not documented. There's a requirement to display those consultation arrangements, for example, and then are they being implemented? So there's that verification process. So, yeah.
So on the matter of the work health and safety advisors, they are employees of the department, is that correct? And they would have a geographic area with a number of schools within that area that they have responsibility for?
Yeah,
is that
that's
a
correct. So
summary?
they fall, within my directorate. And historically, one work health safety advisor was supporting about 60 to 70 schools, so it was really difficult for them to get out and about. What we have worked to with the commitment of the government and with the executive is increasing the number of those advisors. We're working towards a ratio of 1 to 25, which really means they can be on the ground regularly, visiting schools and supporting them to manage their work health safety hazards. Just
going back then to the school, and the structure at the school, which is a non-HSR structure. If we just put that to the side for the moment. That committee structure at the school, how does that get established or become enlivened? I mean, assuming a school doesn't have a HSR or one of these committees, an advisor would go in and talk about the need, and there would be presumably some animation of what needs to be done to make this happen. How does that work?
Yeah, so a school needs to establish work health safety consultation arrangements. As part of that process, if the workers determine that they would prefer a work health safety committee to represent...
How is that determined? Sorry to interrupt. How is that determined that the staff at the school would have that preference?
Yeah, generally by some sort of voting mechanism. Depending on the size of the school, it might be, a handful of people, but often they'll use like a Microsoft Forms and sort of vote on what they would like. And if more than, I think it's 5 workers require or ask for a work health safety committee, then the school and or workplace manager needs to put that in place within 3 months.
So do you collect data on how many schools have work health and safety committees versus, well, how many have HSRs?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure whether we capture the data on work health safety committees, but I can take that on notice and come back to you.
Well, how would you know, if you don't collect the data, how would you know whether they need to step in, the advisor needs to step in and assist a school to establish a consultative mechanism?
So as I mentioned earlier, when the work health safety advisor visits a school and or workplace, they're required to be checking the staff notice board, make sure the consultation arrangements are displayed. If there was no evidence of that, they would obviously start that conversation with the school. They're also, through their annual assessment, checking those consultation arrangements are actually being implemented as they're determined.
Just going down a bit deeper in regards to these committees, how do they operate in practice? They're constituted, they have what numbers of employer and employee representatives, who chairs them? Are you able to explain how they operate?
Yeah, look, the members of the Work Health Safety Committee will normally determine who chairs those meetings. They should have a structure. We do give guidance, templates on what that looks like, but at the same time, we don't prescribe, we say that they must meet at minimum every 3 months, but some schools may have work health safety meetings more regularly, depending on what's going on in their school and that. So, yeah.
Okay,
Can I ask, this committee in the previous Parliament made a recommendation as part of our oversight of the workers' compensation scheme that there be a deep dive analysis of the causes of the high incidence of psychological injury in schools. That recommendation wasn't accepted by the government. The rate of psychological injuries in education is very high. It's probably embarrassingly high. The mechanisms for addressing those more systemic hazards don't appear to be operating effectively. I'm assuming it's your job to address that. What are you doing to deal with the high incidence of psychological injury?
Yeah, that's a good question. When I first started, we were finishing the deep dive analysis, so I'm not quite sure when you say the government rejected it, because certainly we did work with Safe Work and iCare and do an analysis of the data. iCare worked really closely with us to overlay some of our own HR metrics as well to understand. And I think I have previously reported in budget estimates, one of the key drivers for psychological injuries is work pressure. And I think the government and the executive has a huge agenda around addressing workload of teachers, and that is to target that psychosocial risk or hazard around work pressure. We know that is through all our data the biggest driver of psychological injuries. What I would say is we have seen a reduction in workers' compensation injuries over the last few years, which I think is a positive indicator that some of the controls and systems being put in place are starting to have an impact on reducing the harm caused by hazards in the workplace. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure around the position and the government rejecting it, because we certainly did go through that piece of work and it found. So I'd have to take that on notice and see. Like, I know that internally we've obviously done that work with those stakeholders.
Because that's at odds with what I understood was the position adopted by the department, which was not to support.
Yeah, look, I mean, it obviously aids us in understanding, and then we can obviously put in controls and where we need to invest to try and address those sort of hazards. So it certainly was a good piece of work done between all the stakeholders.
What do you say to the proposition that, the agency's approach doesn't recognise or appear to recognise the inherent power imbalance that exists in the workplace between workers who are, identifying hazards in their workplace, like work pressure or issues around threats to their safety, those kind of issues, and the relationship with the principal as their employer. I just wanted to perhaps get your feedback or comment on that proposition, that there doesn't appear to be a recognition of that power imbalance, that a lot of discretion sits with the principal, a lot of the onus to actually prosecute or to raise issues sits with workers who face a just lopsided power imbalance in relation to the department and its representatives in the school through the principal and the senior leadership of the school. What do you say to that proposition?
Look, I mean, a positive workplace safety culture is paramount to, enabling psychological safety and people to raise risks and issues, particularly around work health safety hazards and issues. In general, I chair a quarterly work health safety consultative meeting, not only with the Teachers Federation, the PSA and members, but also our principal reference group, who are deeply committed to the safety, in our workplaces and how we can continually improve in that area. What I would say is there is a number of mechanisms for people to report work health safety issues and hazards. All schools require a work health safety risk register that is, determined through consultation in what the relevant work health safety risks are in that, workplace. We have an incident reporting hotline where people frequently report workplace issues or risks, and they can do that without it, if there was a fear of retribution or anything like that, without going to a manager. Obviously, we encourage people to, work with their managers and at a local level to identify work health safety risks and hazards. But there are a number of other mechanisms that people are able to avail themselves to raise work health safety issues. The other value I see with the investment we are putting in work health safety advisors on the ground is that they are walking those schools and workplaces more regularly, so they're able to support and see as well, and hopefully that does facilitate other options should a worker not feel safe to raise work health safety issues.
Do you think that the emphasis on work health and safety advisors who are direct employees of the department undermines the position of the HSR structure?
Look, I don't think so. I think, as I mentioned earlier, principals value the support of a HSR or work health safety committee to manage the myriad of issues and risks that may arise in a workplace. And I think, we are certainly deeply committed to ensuring that consultation arrangements are appropriate. Work health safety advisors working alongside whatever those arrangements are to support them. At the end of the day, our work health safety advisors have been employed because of their skills and background to add value to the organisation in managing their our work health safety risks. At the end of the day,
they're not accountable to the workers, they're accountable to the management. Do you recognise that perception would be there in the workforce?
Well, I think safety is everybody's responsibility at the end of the day. Yeah.
Are there any final questions or other questions? Well, if not, there may well be, upon reading Hansard, and they'll be available in a couple of days' time to members, some supplementary questions. But thank you very much for coming along. Appreciate the frankness of the answers.
Thank you.
And the overview provided in the opening statement. So thanks very much. And
thank you, everyone.
Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
No, I'm down with that. Let's go.
Order. So, thanks very much for coming along this afternoon. Appreciate you carving out some time to come along. I know you're exceedingly busy. This is the final hearing for this inquiry by the committee into New South Wales Work Health and Safety Scheme, and we thought it would be valuable to have an opportunity on the final day to ask some questions and try and elicit some additional information which we will find helpful in the preparation of our final report and our recommendations. We'll need to go through the formality of the swearing or the affirming of yourselves for your provision of your evidence. So perhaps starting at my left and working along, I know you're all very well familiar with the drill, the name, rank and serial number, or the name, organisation, position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which you should have before you. So perhaps if we start.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Wesling. I'm the Group Executive of Workers' Compensation at iCare. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesling. Ms. Applin.
Thank you. Janina Applin, CEO at iCare. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Taylor.
I'm Samantha Taylor. I'm the Acting Chief Executive of CIRA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Hayes.
Hi, Lauren Sayer, Acting Executive Director of Regulatory Operations at the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now we've got representatives of the government, opposition and crossbench. A couple of people are not here because they've had to go and do another matter, but they will be returning, but they'll be back, and as I said, there's members here with some questions. Now, we normally ask, is there any desire for have an opening statement to start off with, or would you, if you don't have such opening statements, we can launch into our questions? Is that, you happy with that?
Yeah. I have no opening statement.
No?
Thank you. Happy to
Okay,
proceed.
that's fine. Well, we'd like to start with the... Okay, Boyd.
Sure. Thank you. I'll just start with a couple of questions before throwing it to my colleagues. I think the first one, and this is directed to Sarah, I've been trying to get a better understanding of how, I guess, how the workers' compensation system interacts with local councils and local government. I understand that there's a is it a self-insurer or a specialised insurer that handles local government? What is Sarah's role in overseeing maybe not the kind of work health and safety side, but for instance, do you have access to data that would indicate some councils being less safe than others, that kind of thing? Is there any, it's a bit of a left field question, I'm just curious about.
No, that's totally fine. I'll kick off and then I might refer to Ms Sayers on the supervision arrangements that we have around specialised insurers. So there is an insurer who covers local government, and as with any specialised self-insurer or through the nominal insurer, we regulate in accordance with the powers that we have across all the Workers' Compensation Acts and the way in which those work together with our other powers under the Motor Accidents Act, where we have different insurers but very harmonised arrangements for supervision under the relevant legislation. But you're right, we do collect a lot of information that does assist us in understanding at the very back end about the extent to which there are claims around, workplace injuries, whether they be physical and psychosocial. And we do share a lot of that data back with Safe Work and indeed, with iCare. to help Safe Work understand where to potentially look for issues with particular employers or particular industry. There is a tripartite arrangement between iCare, ourselves and Safe Work, where we are looking at ways to better target our data analysis into industries and particular workforce cohorts to try and target risk. You know, as you'd imagine, if we're giving Safe Work all our data at a high level, it's very difficult to interpret that and apply that in terms of their priority setting. So there's a piece of work for us to do jointly around identifying where we think the highest areas of risk are across the system, based on what we observe through workplace injury and claims information.
So would you then, I'm just trying to understand, I guess, from the perspective of that sort of oversight then, when you report on things like the trends in Department of Education in different categories, and there's that sort of information comes out. Do you have any information that it could be helpful in terms of trends in local government between different types of claims? Has there been any sort of analysis done recently in that sector?
On local government, I think we'd have to take away what we had done in recent times around local government targeting, but I might see if Lauren has anything to add.
Yeah, so we do run an employer supervision program of work, which is separate to obviously the regulation of state cover, which looks at risky employers from a return to work perspective. So the local governments would be part of that broader employer cohort that might fall into that supervision work. Whether the work of the team has then included local governments because they came through the data as being particularly risky is something that we might need to come back to the committee on.
Thank you. So moving to something totally different. Thank you for that. It was just one of those things that I was lying awake at 3 a.m. last night wondering about.
Me too.
Very good. A question for iCare. One of the sort of recurring themes that keeps coming up in these hearings is in relation to the ability of iCare to set, or more accurately for iCare's premiums or premium setting function, to incentivise safer workplaces or even punish unsafe workplaces. In I think our first or second hearing, we had a discussion with a apprentice, and I will not remember the name of this organisational structure, but it was basically like a group training organisation that was saying that it was the one to pay the premium regardless of where the apprentice was located. The implication being that then allowed the employer to not necessarily be incentivised to have the safest place for their apprentices because they weren't necessarily going to feel that in their premium. And then we've had some other suggestions today around the ways that premiums could be used to incentivise kind of safety. Can you talk us through what iCare currently does in relation to that sort of focus on safety when it comes to premium setting, and whether there's anything that you've been thinking about or that's in the works?
I'm happy to sort of take some of that, Ms. Boyd, and then Mr. Wesling might add to that. I think firstly we are looking at doing a premium methodology review, which will be looking at all elements of the premium methodology, including if there is the ability to incorporate more things that are linked to safety. And so I think with the findings from this committee, will be really welcome those, because we've got a 2-year freeze in relation to premiums from the government. So in that 2-year period, we are looking to do that methodology review along with CIRA, and also Treasury will be looking at what incentives can be implemented in terms of agencies. In relation, I imagine it might have been AEN, who came and talked to the Apprentice Network. So we have met with the Apprentice Network and we'll be meeting with them again very shortly to start to get, I think tomorrow actually, to start to get more of their feedback in relation, because we'd read their submission about what they believe could work quite well in the system. So we do have an apprentice incentive scheme which was introduced 31st of December 2006. I think that the committee has heard some feedback about that discounts the wages, but ultimately with it being some of the workplaces quite high risk and then there are quite a lot of claims, that ultimately the end amount paid can be a surprise because of the safety, which I think we're looking at that currently, and we'll be talking to Jason Sultana from AEN and other GTOs about how that actually works, and is it really incentivising the employment of apprentices and trainees, but not really working to incentivise safety appropriately. We have, though, the MPPG, which is set by CIRO, which Sam might talk about, or Lauren later, sets sort of some guidelines around that, but the MPPG, which is the Market Practice Premium Guidelines, will also be considered as part of this premium review. So employers with large apprentice workforces receive currently significant premium discounts at the beginning, but then they can lower their premium ultimately, but it is increased by the claims cost, and we have sort of some of the data if that would also be helpful in terms of the claims costs. So the average apprentice claims are relatively, they're a lower cost, so they're about 13,000 versus a nominal insurer average of 31,000, which was some of that would be linked to the wage difference. And we have about 2,100 apprentice claims per year, predominantly driven by construction and manufacturing. So we'll be particularly focusing on those industries with working with AEN and the GTOs.
Thank you, that's really useful.
Do you have anything you want to add, Mr. Wesley?
The other, sorry, did you want to add? No. The other sort of part of the puzzle, I guess, is, and I think it's something that we also discussed in our workers' comp inquiries last year, is this concept of the, and I'll get this wrong, I think the WICS, it's WICS codes, isn't it? Or is the C for code, so then I'm using I'm using it twice. Anyway, for the WICS, particularly in the context of businesses or organisations that have high levels of burnout and psychosocial injury. So I'm thinking, for instance, organisations in community services and social services who make what I think is a valid argument that some people in that organisation are going to be more exposed to risk than others, but the WICS captures them all as one thing. Is that also part of this review, this idea of trying to differentiate better between the different categories of workers?
Yes, Ms. Boyd. So we've been looking at that. We have been working with NDS and other groups currently on an individual basis, and we're always happy to do that with employers that approach iCare to look at within their workforce, is there a better way of structuring under the premium guidelines that we have. So if they predominantly have an office-based staff and very little frontline, we have looked at what we can do for those organisations within the rules, but we will be looking at that as part of this methodology review, and we welcome as much feedback as possible from employers in relation to what they're experiencing. And to date, Tony, I think we've had 6 or 7 sort of direct roundtables over the period of time with NDS and others, and we're continuing to do that so that their feedback is very involved in the way that we look at this methodology review, and that we have a really good knowledge then of the problems that they're facing around business and the way they structure their businesses.
Thank you. I'll just bounce back to one more from SafeWork before I hand over, if that's all right. Sorry, SafeWork from CIRA, but it's about SafeWork. Now that SafeWork has sort of been set up as its own kind of independent regulator, does CIRA still have the budget setting function over SafeWork?
Yes.
It
Yes,
still
we do.
does?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. So they are budgeted out of, with I think some small exceptions for some of their revenue from the funds that we administer.
Okay. And on a practical basis, that works by presumably, I don't know, how does it work on a practical basis? Is the minister involved? Is there how do you determine the budget?
There's a budget which is set through the usual processes, with the source being the funds, and then there are letters of agreement between CIRA and the heads of the agencies that CIRA facilitates the pass-through of the budget to, which reflects the responsibilities of those heads of agencies, both in terms of the fund, their own statutory obligations, and their responsibilities under the Government Sector Finance Act. And there's a series of then accounts that are exchanged throughout the year on to track the budget, so CIRA is able to account for the whole of the fund across all the entities that we distribute budget to. And we obviously, part of that is also, of course, making sure that the purpose to which those funds are applied relates to the purpose of those entities. But as I say, because those heads of agencies are bound not only by their own statutory obligations, but the Government Sector Finance Act, that's a matter of quite straightforward assurance that is part of each of those agencies' existing governance arrangements.
So if SafeWork wanted to, basically if SafeWork made the case that they needed more inspectors in a particular year, I guess who makes the final decision on that? Well,
those decisions go through the usual budget process for adjustment and agreement, and part of that will be CIRA really, reflecting on the extent to which that budget may be able to be accommodated. There is a review which is going on at the moment around the way in which the funds are governed, with New South Wales Treasury leading that review. So because, of course, each of the entities, there are a number of them that are funded through those funds, will have different pressures associated with them. The fund is not a limitless bucket of money, of course, but each of them, there is a demand-driven aspect to each of those entities' requirements, which needs to be carefully considered and quantified.
Multiple entities drawing on the same workers' compensation operation fund, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So there's not separate funds for each entity?
Oh, no.
They're all bundled in, and they're funded through a levy, is that right?
Premium.
That's right.
What's the levy? What is the actual quantum of the levy that's of a workers' compensation premium? What proportion goes into the workers' compensation?
I'll have to provide you with advice on notice on that.
Does it vary by industry, or is it like the same, just a fixed amount? I don't know whether IKEA maybe or.
No, I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sorry. I'll have to take that on notice.
Just to add to that question, because so if it's coming out of effectively it comes from premiums. When premiums are notionally frozen, does that levy amount freeze as well, or does it can it grow in terms of what is needed for SafeWork? So if SafeWork over time requires more inspectors because there's more businesses or the population's growing or whatever, you would expect them to get more inspectors. But if that is tied to premiums and premiums are frozen, is the levy amount available for the fund frozen as well?
But there's also a budget process within New South Wales Government where demands for any agency, even if their core resources are catered for through the funds can be considered, and that's a that's
So
a
ultimately it's
process
the
that we
Treasurer
all
that
utilise.
decides.
There's a sort of, I suppose, a philosophical question to address there, though, isn't there? Because the levy effectively means that the regulatory action, the compliance action, is funded by employers, whereas anything in addition to what comes out of that levy is funded by the general taxpayer and the general revenues of the state. And there's a philosophical question about whether employers should pay for the compliance for their adherence to the work health and safety system. So there is a kind of fundamental question about this. I wanted to ask, so in terms of the levy, there's no hypothecation or proportion of that levy that gets allocated specifically to safe work, and specifically it all just goes in, and the question of the apportionment between the various entities that draw out of the workers' comp operation fund is just a policy question for government. It's not. There's no fixed hypothecation. Is my question.
No, there's nothing fixed. So the Act doesn't fix a particular amount or a determination around the calculation for what is drawn from those funds. It relates specifically to the requirements that those entities identify is required for them to undertake their business. There is a very strong correlation between the demand within this system and the volume of claims, and so.
Can you explain that?
Well, the activity within a complaints provider or a safe work or a disputes body such as the PIC, for example, is directly determined by the volume of activity which is within the schemes, and so we all have obligations, though, as part of that particular demand context to manage our resources appropriately within the context of our obligations as heads of agencies. It's not what I mean to say in a very clumsy way is that it's not like this is an open envelope for it to be directly funded no matter what because you have a higher demand. Each agency is accountable for its own efficient operation and for adjusting the policy and procedural settings within which it works in order to operate as best within the budget that's available. There might certainly be instances where that demand exceeds your capacity to undertake that and to make those adjustments, in which case that's what the budget process is for.
There's an externality there, though, isn't there? Because you've got effectively all those agencies are directed to the poor performers, the people who are incurring costs as a result of accidents or injuries, and the disputes that arise out of that process. And those who aren't generating those accidents and injuries are still paying a levy, funding that. And if the amount of money that's going into compliance is less than the need to actually rebalance the system, then the poor performers, the employers who are doing the wrong thing, who aren't adhering to good safety standards and have a good safety culture, are being subsidised by the ones who are.
Well, it depends. Well, it also depends on how you go about the regulatory function, whether it be Safe Work or CIRA, and we both have very broad powers and a range of powers which enable us to target risk in different ways. There may well be, moments, as I say, where there will be a higher risk in a particular industry or around a particular employer or whatever it might be, a particular cohort where you need to direct more resources. But these things will go in swings and roundabouts, and where we have high risks at some periods of time, there might be lesser risk in others, and enables you to balance your regulatory activity. But it also depends on the tools that you use, and it doesn't always mean that you have to deploy significant people power into some of these activities in order to attain a compliance outcome. You can, if you do take a proper risk-based approach and you understand where to point your activity to the industries or the cohorts that are of the highest risk, and you start that activity off with, your usual and very important aspect around education to achieve compliance, and people understand, those regulated entities understand what the consequences of not responding to that are, then, you can be quite judicious in how you apply your resources to maximum effect. But it's not quite as straightforward.
Well, pass over.
Just one further. Does the revenue raised arising out of compliance go back into the workers' comp operational fund? So if Safe Work obtain a penalty from an employer, where does that money go? Does it go back into the operational fund to further fund compliance work by Safe Work, or does it go back into consolidated revenue?
Oh, it would be a consolidated revenue matter, but we can check that for you, because it's not a penalty is applied, but
in the UK, the HSE, they operate on a full cost recovery model, so all their penalties basically pay for their operations. So effectively, only the bad employers are paying for the compliance, whereas here we penalise the good employers to pay for the compliance with the bad employers.
Well, I don't
actually
necessarily
recover the full cost of that compliance activity.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because, as I said before, it isn't necessarily the case that any of the entities in this system are limited in terms of seeking budget through the usual processes and through consolidated revenue.
Why should the taxpayer pay for something that should be paid
If
for?
only you were in government and could do something about it.
This is the last question.
Yeah, sorry. No.
Okay, Honourable West Bank.
He's in government, he's complaining about his own government's policies. Anyway, it's all good.
Honourable West Bank.
It's all right, hello, welcome. I actually want to pick up on something that Ms Abigail Boyd was asking about in the first instance, because it's just something that I've been looking at for quite a while, and it relates to, industry insurers or third-party insurers that are choosing to insure some of their own aspects. And Ms Abigail Boyd raised local government, in effect, where there's it's not an iCare, for example, body that's insuring themselves. In terms of where an industry decides that they're going to self-insure, what do you do in terms of ensuring that they are responsible to the legislation? Do you have audit responsibilities? Do you go in and look at the systems and the way that they are operating their industry schemes?
Yeah, so I'll kick off and then hand to Ms Sayer. So there are provisions, obviously, around the threshold for attaining a licence, and that is not an immaterial set of obligations on an organisation to become self-insured. They're effectively establishing an insurance business, and all the things that go with that in terms of securities and other things apply. So there is a prudential oversight aspect to that, as well as the capability around delivering on the compliance obligations for the management of claims. Lauren, do you want to take through the supervision that happens after someone's licensed?
Yeah, absolutely. So for those industry-based insurers, they're specialised insurers, and then individual employers are self-insurers within the market. We operate a regulatory framework that identifies the regulatory intelligence that we receive, that we monitor the performance of those insurers against their obligations under the Act, and also the experience of customers within the scheme. We engage with those insurers on a very regular basis. We have resource that's attributed to basically ensuring that they're held to account in line with the legislation and our regulatory framework.
And what happens in terms of one of those special insurers that perhaps requires more work, some guidance? Say you've got to put a special instruction to them that to make sure that they lift their game. How is that recorded? Where is it published? Like, how do people know that their industry body that's providing them insurance is actually passing, failing, or is under, I guess, scrutiny or increased scrutiny by CIRA?
Yes, it's a great question. So it depends on the regulatory action that we determine is appropriate, proportionate to the issues that we're seeing.
Okay.
So where we identify a performance or compliance issue, and we raise that with the entity. They might opt into a remediation plan and provide that to CIRA, and then look to improve their performance under that, which they have to report to CIRA on a regular basis on. If an insurer opts into a remediation plan, that's published on our website in our quarterly monitoring, as is special licence conditions that we'll look to impose where an insurer hasn't given effect to a remediation plan. We'll also publish civil penalties or letters of censure in relation to insurers.
And are they always published, those? So if there was, say, an industry insurer that had special controls put on place, there would be a record of that on your website and any penalty that has applied. Would that be okay? So if you're involved in an industry body, well, you know that they're insuring you as a worker, you can go to the CIRA's website and you can find if that special special insurer has had any controls in place.
Yeah, we'll publish all that regulatory action in our quarterly regulatory bulletins.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be aware that there was an SO 52 passed in the Legislative Council in relation to Racing New South Wales. Now, I understand that Racing New South Wales has had special conditions placed on them through their the fact that they were a special insurer and were not up to scratch in a number of areas. I'm not sure that information has been published. Has that information been published? And if not, why not?
So you could actually be right on that. Those special conditions were imposed back in 2022 or the back end of 2021 from memory. So the quarterly regulatory bulletin would have commenced post that.
So why would the
Just hold on. I think the witness was answering the question.
Sorry.
No, so you're probably identifying a gap then in a historic regulatory action that we've taken, and whether that's available now to the public, which I think is a good point, which we'll take and consider what might need to be updated for the public transparency.
Okay, so it's possible that you could actually not have published but will publish the issues around Racing New South Wales in terms of their licence for special insurance?
Well, for any insurer, it depends on, Ms Sayers is saying that there were special conditions opposed at a point in time. Whether those special conditions continue to apply or have been remediated would be something that we'll look into. We're in the process of responding to that section 52, so that information will be made available to the Parliament, and we've corresponded with the clerk on that.
Thank you. In terms of the way that I guess that the special conditions were analysed and addressed, how was it raised with CIRA, and what was the method with which you implemented those special conditions?
Are you speaking about
Racing
New South Wales?
Yes.
We'll take that on notice. Given that some years ago, I wouldn't like either of us to rely upon our memory in giving evidence to the committee on that point.
I have breakfast next week. I completely understand.
No, thank you.
Probably coffee, but that's all right. In terms of the way that a body would report to CIRA in terms of their work and what they're doing in terms of claims, how does CIRA assess and publish that data if they are a special insurer? Is it available anywhere to people?
So we have an open data portal that contains a lot of information about what's observed through the system. Some of that would point to performance of particular sectors. There's also, of course, the annual report, which speaks to regulatory and other activity that we've been doing, as well as what Ms Sayer referred to around what is published.
Yep.
I guess my approach would be to be as open as possible with the community around things that are confirmed as being regulatory activity, where there may have been, after a procedural fairness set of steps, which is very important in any regulator, but that we are publishing what we see about the performance of any of the entities that we regulate equally.
So if there was a complaint raised about an industry insurance scheme with CIRA, would that complaint be published, and how would you address that complaint?
No, a complaint would not usually be published because there would be the need for us to examine the complaint to determine whether or not the complaint hit a particular...
I should rephrase, not the complaint letter itself, but the fact that there was a complaint made. Like, do you, in the same way that, say, a telecom industry ombudsman says, oh, we received X number of complaints about Network A, Network B and Network C, do you publish if you get complaints about...
Yes, across the whole system, actually. We publish alongside the Independent Review Office, which takes complaints about disputes with insurers, as well as the complaints that we receive ourselves around certain aspects of what we have jurisdiction to accept complaints about, and we publish a view about the insurers and the nature of the complaints that we receive, and that information is really critical regulatory intelligence for us because it helps us identify areas of risk, persistent issues that then can feed into our regulatory activity. Sometimes those complaints can be very serious and they can speak to a non-compliance that needs to be examined with a particular insurer or indeed across an industry, whatever it might be. But sometimes they point to persistent issues that are prevalent across the industry where we need to be clearer around what the obligations are. So there's a number of ways in which that information would be used and published for the purpose of transparency around those particular issues in our regulatory action.
So is it fair to say that a complaint itself won't necessarily trigger an investigation, but it is potentially the case that a number of complaints around a similar scheme or a similar area may trigger an investigation, or a serious complaint in and of itself may trigger an investigation by CIRA?
Yes, any of those things can cause us to examine a particular issue.
So it's on a case-by-case basis?
It is. It depends on, it depends on the impact of the issue. It's not uncommon for a regulator to, including CIRA, to examine the consequences of a particularly significant individual complaint and what that might indicate around a whole system. I'll give you an example, if you like. There were a number of complaints that were made to my usual organisation, which is the Independent Review Office, about the way in which surveillance was being undertaken by some insurers, and that was referred under a memorandum of understanding between the IRO and CIRA to CIRA as a cause of concern, and CIRA then examined that particular issue and in fact adjusted the standards of practice around surveillance in order to be clearer, has undertaken an audit into that issue and has engaged with a number of insurers where there was some action to be done in terms of their compliance with those particular provisions.
Did that include special insurers as well? Were there some special insurers that might have been subject to that complaint as well?
We can provide you with some information.
That'd be great if you wouldn't mind.
That issue,
just a couple of more questions before I hand back over. In terms of where, say, a special insurer receives...
order here. Sorry, you may be going back to this, but the inquiry is on the work health and safety system, not on the workers' compensation system.
No, it's exactly what I'm. Exactly. I'm going back to, and it is all. I see it as two hands holding the same basket, my friend. Two hands holding the same basket.
Let's just take the next question.
Thank you. Thank you,
Chair, if you wouldn't mind, just before we close off on that line of questioning,
Sure.
we have identified that the special conditions imposed on Racing New South Wales in 2022 are in fact published on our website.
Oh, they are?
They
Fantastic.
are.
That
So
is
we're
great.
happy to send the committee a
If you
link
would,
to
if I
that
could get a copy of
information.
that would be wonderful. Thank you. So just in terms of, and to Mr. Diatta's point, issues around work health and safety. Obviously, a special insurer is doing not only the workers' compensation scheme, but I guess has an impact on the work health and safety culture within an organisation. Where a claim might have been made to a special insurer, but then say a settlement is achieved instead by that special insurer to a claimant, and it results in a non-disclosure agreement, is that usually reported to CIRA and is it recorded anywhere?
Having been in the Chief Executive's job acting for 2 weeks, I cannot answer that question off the top of my head. I'm
That's
terribly sorry.
perfectly-
No.
And we're happy to, it's a
to-
very technical question and a very good one, and we're happy to come back to the committee with information out of session.
Ms. Taylor, I think you are doing a fabulous job for somebody that's been in the role 2 weeks, and I'll just
Thank
say that
you.
up front. But I didn't even realise that was the case. So you've done very well. One last question, and I want to turn my attention now to iCare just with the last question. Obviously, for the bulk of employers and people that are involved in any workers' compensation scheme in New South Wales, they are involved through iCare. iCare predominantly has the majority of responsibility. Would that be a fair? Yes?
Yes.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding, but not a lot of words.
Yes, we
and
have
Hansard
340,000
Yeah.
employers.
Yeah.
The nominal insurer probably comprises 65% of the scheme, and the TMF might be another 15%. So yes,
Yeah.
we're the vast majority.
So one of the questions I've been asked, and I didn't know the answer to this, and I'm hoping you might be able to tell me. So where you have, say, somebody that's owns a company and is engaged in the same work that the employees within that company do, so the director of that company is doing similar work or same sort of work on a work site with those employees that they have under their umbrella. Is it the case that they are covered under an iCare style scheme, even though they are the director of that company, if they have workers' compensation with iCare?
Well, Mr. Fang, we'd have to look at the individual circumstances of the claim, the employment relationship, but quite often, yes, the director would, but it would depend on the circumstances.
So to exclude the director of a company, even though that director is doing the same level of work, let me rephrase. If a special insurer was excluding a director of a company, even though that director is doing the same sort of work, would that be a breach of the legislation under your assessment?
I don't think we could make that assessment based on that description.
I was just curious, that was all. I can see Mr. Diatta.
Can I
questions on that
I know.
topic that I need to ask?
Just noticing the interest in specialised insurers, I also say, if the committee is not aware, but I presume you are, that there is a review of the specialised and self-insurer market currently underway and being led by the Department of Customer Service, and that's looking at the current landscape of the market and what an optimal design would be for that market in the future.
Thank you very much.
Can I just move to the question of the sort of the relationship WorkSafe, iCare, CIRA, and engagement between yourselves. With respect to Safe Work New South Wales, they appear to be building their capacity to manage more information, analyse that information, produce reports in terms of greater granularity about industries and parts of industries and accidents and incidents, etc. is that information able to be readily shared by them to yourselves? In other words, obviously systems are different between organisations, and I'm just wondering that the way in which, because obviously on its growth trajectory that continues, and what looks to be developing looks to be quite good, is what they're producing and able to produce something that can be shared with both iCare and CIRA?
So we have a very collaborative relationship between the three organisations.
Yeah, sorry, it's just I was making no assumptions otherwise, but just that in terms of systems being able to produce documents and reports, what have you.
Yeah, and look, and Chair, I didn't think that you were inferring that at all, but it is a very collaborative. I'm, thrilled after a couple of weeks to be understanding more about the relationship between the three organisations in terms of sharing information between ourselves so that we can each perform our roles effectively, and particularly conversations I've already had with the head of Safe Work, very open to whatever information flows we already have, to continuing to have further conversations about how we can share information to be much more strategic between the organisations on where to direct our respective regulatory activity. So there's further conversations to be had on that, but there are information sharing arrangements already in place.
And they've got obviously increasing footprint of people on the ground.
That's right.
Obviously involved in inspecting workplaces and dealing with matters, and obviously is capable of being brought back and recorded and then carved up and used.
Yes.
Were there any other, Anthony?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the proportion of premiums collected from the construction sector.
Mr. Dadham, I'll have to take that on notice.
I wanted to ask also about the Safe Employer Reward Scheme.
Yes.
How does that operate?
So the Safe Employer Reward Scheme is open to both small employers and larger employers. For smaller employers, so these are employers whose premium is less than $30,000 per year. The Safe Employer Reward Scheme essentially represents or rewards a period of employers not having a claim. So if an employer maintains three consecutive years of not having a claim, then a reward of 7.5% off their premium is the incentive that's applied to them.
Is that automatic?
When you say automatic, it's
does
automatic.
the employer
it
have
operates
to
like
apply?
a no-claim bonus in essence.
So the employer doesn't have to apply? Or
No.
anything?
It is, yes.
Will that be subject to inclusion in the premium review?
That's right. So to an earlier question, we there's not penalties in the premium model for poor workplaces, aside from the fact that claims work their way into the premium model. So yes, we will look at that Safe Employer Reward construct, how it's applied, whether there's better ways of rewarding employers who do create safe workplaces for their workers.
Who does the research, or like which organisation? Is it SafeWorks, CIRA or iCare that looks at the underlying criteria to produce safe workplaces, low injury rates? Like where is that research actually undertaken? Is it CIRA responsibility? Is it iCare? Is it SafeWork? Who looks at that data set and comes up? Because obviously one of the things that we're looking at is the role of HSRs and the role of consultation in terms of supporting safety culture that obviously produces safer outcomes, fewer injuries. But you say sort of like somewhere where that evidentiary work is being undertaken in government to inform a strategy that might feed into changes around premium setting, that rather than rewarding your past practice, incentivising practice going forward.
That's a very good question. I'm happy to lead, but I think we each have a role in delivering research that contributes to a view of those things. But the Audit Office did find in its audit of 2024 that there needed to be an improvement in the connection between the research activities of iCare and CIRA. And so we're actively working on how we can do better collaboration around those areas of research so we can get the most efficient view of the issues that are affecting people. And that is high quality and peer-reviewed research.
Can I ask, does CIRA have a role in terms of the oversight of the coal services scheme? Or does that sit outside your...
Thank you.
There are provisions in the Workers' Compensation Act which exclude CIRA's regulatory oversight and powers as it pertains to coal mines insurance.
Right, I see. I think, we've been looking at the operation of the specific work health and safety model that operates in coal mining. We had submissions from the AWU and I think from the mining union as well about looking at their changes to their health and safety rep system. The reason I ask about the construction figures is obviously a lot of the compliance effort, I think more than 50% by the returned answers to questions at Safe Work goes into the construction industry. What we need to look at to perhaps give a proper appraisal of whether construction needs to be hived out as a particular focus for a discrete sort of regulatory and workers' comp package akin to what applies in the mining industry. Similar kind of situations, highly dangerous industries, but getting the industry together and having them with shared oversight may be a better model than having them lumped in and having the bulk of the regulatory work done by Safe Work focused on just this one industry that's causing a whole lot of injuries.
Could I just add, just to your earlier question, my team has just advised me, construction comprises roughly 20% of the premium base for the normal insurer. We can take that on notice to give the exact figures. Yeah.
Okay, so there's clearly an imbalance, right? Like I think it's clearly more than 50% of Safe Work's focus is on construction in terms of prosecutions, in terms of requests for service, site visits. Like they are putting a lot of effort into, but only 20% of the total premium revenue, and presumably the percentage that's taken for the workers' compensation operation fund that flows into that regulatory, the funding mechanism for the regulator. So other employers are paying outside of construction or are subsidising the construction industry effectively in terms of regulatory activity.
Any other questions? If not, can we
I've
think?
got plenty, but I think we're out of time.
Yes, we're like
on work health and safety?
Thank you.
I mean, close enough. Same, whatever.
On behalf of us all, thank you very much. Appreciate that you're all very busy. It's come at the end of the final day, but
He says final day, don't believe him. Another one.
And it's really been appreciated by us to be able to sort of range through what is a whole. It may not seem to be connected and might seem to be a little bit all over the place, but these are matters and themes and issues being raised over the course of the hearings thus far. So we appreciate making the time, and there may well be some supplementary questions to follow. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Much illuminating.